Yes, I was gonna see.
Yeah, that
But it's
one,
like
that one
power
will. That one.
long
will-
podcast.
Yeah,
I know.
Two.
But there were like, as you go through, there was really cool, like. Scripted, like, Henry started getting teary eyed when he was talking about he could walk in. It's just like, sit, chill.
Hi, everybody. Can you hear me in there?
Now if we're muted, don't.
Yes, good one, sorry, I'm
Yes,
muted.
okay.
But just give me.
All right, all right.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning, everybody. Today is Saturday, March 8th, 2025. It is 9:01 a.m. This is a special city council meeting specifically focused on the strategic roadmap. This is the strategic roadmap retreat. Before we get started with the open session, there is a closed session that was late on the schedule that we just did this morning. So I wanted to have Madam City Clerk, if you can take the roll, and then after she takes roll, we'll go straight to closed session. And then after she takes roll, if all the executive team can stay in the room.
Well, everybody can stay there. It's fine.
Good morning, Mayor. If I may, would you like to do the pledge? Unfortunately, Councilmember Roach is not here yet.
Yeah, that's okay. Councilmember Bonilla will lead the pledge.
Please stand if you're able. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Madam City Clerk, if you can take the roll.
Thanks, Mayor. Good morning, everyone. Councilmember Andrews. Present. Councilmember Bonilla Junior. Councilmember Goldstein. He's not in, I believe he's on his way. And Councilmember Roach.
On our way.
Wait. Councilmember Steyer.
Present.
Councilmember Sermano.
Present.
Mayor Solis.
Present, thank you. So now we can go to, yes, Mr. City Attorney.
Because the closed session was not noticed as being called, it's necessary under the Government Code Section 54957 and AB 2715 for the council to actually vote by 2/3 or unanimously to convene in closed session. So I think that vote needs to be on the record.
Okay, I would entertain a motion. Moved by Councilmember Steiner, seconded by Councilmember Zervino. And if there are no objections, it will unanimously pass with Councilmember Goldstein absent from the vote.
He's right outside.
Oh, you guys take roll?
Hey, Dan, they need to roll real quick.
Here. Morning, everybody.
For a motion, do you have a special closed session?
Yeah, I moved to have a closed session, per state law. Moved by Councilmember Syra, seconded by Councilmember Green. And Madam City Clerk, we can take the roll.
Mr. Mayor. Councilmember Andrews. Aye. Councilmember Bonilla Junior.
Aye.
Councilmember Goldstein.
Aye.
Councilmember Roach. Aye. Councilmember Steiner.
Yes.
Councilmember Sermano.
Yes.
Mayor Solis.
Yes. And it passes unanimously. I guess now we go into closed session, doors closed, and I'll turn it over to Madam City Manager.
I got
No,
feel
it's not hot at all.
There's staff in the building right now.
Okay.
Probably make the meeting fast. Okay. Okay, well, good morning, everybody. It is that time again where we have our strategic planning work session. This is part one. Wanted to welcome the executive team for being here. Anytime the executive team comes together, it is always a good occasion. I thought I would just throw that out there. As a little bit of brevity. Anyways, so with that, with no further ado, I'll turn it over to the city manager and but before I turn it over to the city manager, I will have public comments. And this is an opportunity for anybody in the audience or online that would like to make a public comment on something on the agenda or not on the agenda. Is there anybody online that would like to make a public comment?
Here.
And there is nobody in the room that would like to make a public comment, so I like to close public comment and move on to the work session. So before I turn it over to the city manager, I just wanted to thank everybody for coming here this morning. This is sort of our annual event, and for some of the council members, this is the second time we do this. So they just get better over time. But with no further ado, Madam City Manager, take it away.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. I appreciate you allowing a little bit a new way of approaching this very important conversation and making space to elevate the voices of the executive team who will be sharing with you a little bit of their snapshot of city capacity and city operations with the intent to better align not only the budget process, but the city operations capacity and the city capacity along with your council priorities as you think framing 2025-26 fiscal year. Just as a reminder, the study said this is a work session, so no formal city council action will be taken. We are going to be listening very attentively to the conversations, which is hoping what we will be able to achieve. We do have the members of the executive team who will be providing you with a very brief presentation to bring you into their world, to share with you key priorities or pressing issues and the accomplishments of what they've been able to do for this fiscal year strategic roadmap. They're prepared to join in the conversation, and that's what we're hoping to have rather than a didactic system exchange. And that, as the mayor indicated, this is going to be done. There's a lot of work that needs to happen, and it will take place in 2 sessions. So I appreciate the patience. We will get to your interests, but we wanted to give you an opportunity to have the context so that to better inform what your priorities will be for the coming year. That's the intent. So without further ado, I'm going to turn it over to Mary Thomas, who has been pretty much working with the leadership team in creating today's experience.
Thank you, Anna. So we have the goals up here. We have 5 goals. I'm not going to read them, but basically, but we are going over 2 today. It's going to be a 2-session thing. The second one, I'll give you all some relief. It will not be on Saturday. It will be on a Tuesday in April. So the goals for today are really to go over some operational highlights from what we've achieved this year. You'll hear from each of the department heads on that, and to give you just do some framing and allow you mostly to have a conversation with department heads. So I'm going to be very brief today to give you as much time as we can to the department head. what I'm gonna be doing is taking lots of notes. And what I'll do is then cross-reference your comments with the 7 strategic priorities so that when we come back next time, first of all, I will do a pre-survey so you can go through and what I'll do is say, this is what we heard at today's session. Are we missing anything? Did we not get to something? And you can put that in a pre-survey and I'll present that all to you in a package in mid-April at a Tuesday work session. And then secondly, I'm gonna just very briefly go over the dash, you guys asked for a dashboard, we have worked on it. We had to postpone it a little bit to some competing priorities this year, but I'm just gonna show you very briefly what we're working on, and then you can give me some feedback, and I ask for your forgiveness because it's not totally ready, but it's close enough to show you. So those are the main things for today. And then at the next session, we'll be going through more in depth, all the accomplishments that have happened. You'll get that, I think we've provided an attachment every year of all the accomplishments, so you'll get that for the next work session. And then we'll go through your thoughts and priorities. Any questions about that? No? Okay, great. So very high level, because I'm going to let the department heads speak to accomplishments, but for our, at this point, we're a little over the mid-year. We have completed 18 projects that you had for us. We have on track to complete by the end of year 19, 28 more that we've made substantial progress for. So just to give you some examples, for completed, here's a couple examples. One of the projects was to continue to explore the potential early extension of the half-cent local sales tax, which we've not only explored but passed. So congratulations. Also complete the phase 1 of construction of the stack center. That's complete. A couple that'll be done by the end of the year. The Weeks Library beautification project, and then the update to truth preservation ordinance. So again, the department heads will speak more to these, but I just wanted to give you an overview. And then in progress, but we have about 28 that are multiple year projects. A couple of these are things like working with Ava Energy to provide EV charging facilities throughout the city. When there's been substantial there's been substantial activity on that, but we're still working on it. And then another example of that is working on a collaborative process to promote the onboarding program for the city. There's been substantial activity, but we'll continue to. A couple of things that are on hold in case you have questions. These 10 projects are ones that we've either postponed or lost funding. So for example, there were some housing projects that were ARPA funded and we have had to put those on hold. And so that's in that category. Or we don't have a staff person in the position that we need. So for example, we have the real property manager. And so there's a couple of like parcels that we're looking at things that are on hold until we can fill that position. So that's what those are. And then not on the work plan for this year. You may recall last year in May, we did a prioritization exercise for a couple of the teams like code enforcement and economic development. And we said, these are the ones to focus on this year, and these are the ones for future. So that's what those are. They're on the plan, you want to capture them, they're not. So that's my brief overview. Pause. Okay, great. Keep moving on. So the dashboard, and I'm going to share a different screen here. One second. So what we've spent time on for this is staff spent about 4 months. Well, first we identified software that we could work with that's very cost effective. Then staff spent about 4 months uploading all of our projects, fiddling with the data, figuring out how to get data into the software. Again, we had to pause a little bit, but the goal in this spring and definitely by June will be to have this live and continue to be live moving forward. So in the back end, staff is managing the software. On the front end will look something like this. And then I just want to give you a few examples. So for example, if I click on invest in infrastructure, and please again, forgive, we have not put everything in, so there's some things, but it will look like this, a description of your priority with your different objectives underneath it. And then if you were to click on, for example, invest in city facilities, you'd see all the projects with they'll have different colors depending on where they are. They'll have different percentages complete. And then if you click on the projects, for example, staff center construction, it will have more detail than you're gonna see today. But it'll have a picture, it'll actually have a Gantt chart that shows all the progress that we've made. And it will have quarterly status updates that will pop up and show you every quarter. So staff will be prompted once a quarter with an email to put in their status update so that it's fresh information and to update that Gantt chart to show where they're. So that's what we're working towards. And then another example of a metric would be, this one actually is, probably shouldn't fall under this, this objective, we need to figure out. But registered HOP users, that's our paratransit program. So for all metrics, they'll have as live data or data as we're inputting it will pop up. There'll be a description of the metric. And so again, quarterly staff will be prompted to put in their data. So that should be really live. So that's what we'll have for each objective area. And that's on your way.
Intent eventually to make this public.
This will be public. Yeah, it's fully public.
Just for today, you don't have to just jump in for questions and
Oh, all right.
just for today.
Just a comment and recommendation. Go back to the icons, please.
Oh,
That one?
and make sure you have your mic on.
Oh,
Sorry, I'm sharing my, give me 1 second to share my screen.
back to the icons.
Mhm.
Can we modify the cultivate vibrant neighborhoods? It looks like we're mad.
Yes, okay. Absolutely. In that.
It's one of those like worship this test where it's like, do you see an angry man or do you see two people holding hands?
Absolutely. That's an easy fix thing.
Otherwise, it's excellent.
And the good news is that this is all, because we're updating it in the back and in the software, it's all fairly easy for us to update images and things. You would just let us know when we can.
It's good information. And it will go public, right?
Yeah, so this is a public dashboard. What we can do on the back end is we'll have a lot more information for each project. If you guys want custom reports just for council, we can get those as well, but this is the information that we're
Very
here to
good.
show.
Will this, I mean, so we're not doubling work. I mean, there's the CAP, right, that talks about all the projects that are happening. It's like, for example, you give the SAC Center as an example. Like, I don't want us to be doubling
So,
work if some of
I'm
the.
working really closely with the CIP
Okay.
team. They're gonna use the same software, or they are using, they've already uploaded it. We're working through some kinks because they do their biannual report to you guys to let you know. So they're gonna use the same software for this, and we will, the benefit of software, you can cross-reference the project. So you can just tag and say, this project is on the CIP, it's in the climate action plan, it's in the strategic plan. So we can just, and the library has been using this for their internal strategic plan. So we can start to just cross-reference that. Yeah.
Okay, great, thank you.
That's the long-term goal. Any other questions? Okay, great. I'm gonna stop sharing this and go back to the slide deck. And I'm gonna hand it now over. You can see what you wanna. Yeah.
And so now we're going to have the executive team, and I'm really excited that they're joining us here today because the goal here again is to have a conversation and elevate their voices so that you can better understand city operation capacity. And they have promised me that they will keep their presentations to 5 minutes or less. So we're going to be looking at, it's a challenge for our mayor. And we welcome questions. There'll be 15 minutes of Q&A. And again, just as a reminder, we're not taking any direction. We're just listening for feedback. So with that, Alex Ameri, Public Works Director. Good morning.
Good morning, everyone. Jamie. As you know, you're all aware, Public Works Department is responsible for a couple of priorities. One is infrastructure, the other one is sustainability. We have many projects that we are working on right now. I came before you a couple of weeks ago, reported on the projects that are in the CIP. We have over 200 projects in the CIP in current year. Half of them are active, the other ones We still have 3 months left in the year, so we'll be working on some. So with that, on the engineering side, just want to highlight a couple of projects. The Mission Boulevard Phase 3 improvements is underway. It is expected to be completed by early April. Progress is great. Main Street also is under construction right now, and we are expecting it to be done by May. The second was mentioned to you, project that I'm so proud of, that we were able to speak with HART is the park. We were able to get them to agree to an MOU that council recently approved. The design is 100% done. Council has called for bids, and we are going to receive bids in a couple of weeks and on becoming before you. So, nothing highlighted. Thank you. So on the transportation side, we have installed several traffic calming projects in the city. Orchard Avenue is an example. It is not completely done. Traffic calming is in place. We are working on the design of a sidewalk that the neighborhood wanted. So that's going to be done in the next few weeks. Just want to mention, Councilmember side of that, we have installed 12 SEAM seats. 12 more are going to be installed this year, and I have budget and plan for several dozen more in the next year to install.
Great.
We are doing an evaluation of the downtown loop. There are going to be some improvements that are going to happen that I'm sure you're going to like. We are going to add parking to a section of the loop that now doesn't have parking and basically accommodates all through traffic from other cities in the morning. So there is not going to be an impact on our residents. The businesses are very happy about that. Next one, please. On the environmental services side, we have a lot of programs. I'm happy to mention that we have met our requirement for 35% reduction in greenhouse gas emissions in 2005. We are doing some other projects here that I mentioned regarding charging station. The project that we have selected with Ava Energy is Millie Lot 4, that, as you know, is behind AT&T between B Street and C Street. Is the first place that is going to have many charging stations. We have reached out to the residents there, and we believe that there is not going to be a big impact on usability of the parking lot. Also, we continue to develop 72% waste from landfill. Next one. Oh, on the utility side, we have had a lot of activities, including the fact that the building and lab for the improvements was completed. We called for bids, we received bids, we have competitive bids. I'm going to come before you shortly and ask you to award the project. We have completed the environmental process for huge phase 2 improvements, $400 million construction. The plans are about 60% done, and we are reviewing. Just wanted to highlight that in the current year, we have completed the construction of multi-year water and wastewater pipeline investment, and we are working on the design of over 10 miles of water at the cost of $33 million. So thank you for that. On the airport side, we continue to do what we do, providing some activities for school-aged children and so on. They also are part of our transportation, so they offer a different kind of transportation to those who are interested. And also they contribute to the, as you know, the leases there are contributing to the economy. They just completed a hotel there. And as you know, Home Depot is on a lease land from the airport, provides sales tax and property tax. Thank you. Next one. we had a lot of other accomplishments. One of them that I want to highlight is that the accomplishments that we have had in terms of improving our pavement. We have done 15 miles pavement improvement this year, last year in 24, FY 23. And we increased our pavement condition index to 76, unprecedented. In the past 30 years, we have always been in the high 60s, maybe hitting 70 and then going back 76, unprecedented for a city of the age of Hayward and the university. So thank you for your financial support to allow us to do this. We also are working with ACTC on some major pipeline projects, including what I call the alternative to East Bay project, which is underway right now. And speed management plan is underway. On environmental services side, we have distributed more of the delis around town. We also are working on some large trash capture devices that we've installed. I want to highlight this because we were able to get Caltrans, who has an interest also in this project, to contribute millions of dollars to this, to allow the city to meet its obligation for 100% trash and capture ahead of time, ahead of other agencies. So we are there. The other ones I'm not gonna highlight too much, but I do want to tell you that we are working with EPA. By the way, they are on eggshells as they talk to us because they don't know what's coming. But we are very, very close to coming to you sometime in April and ask you to approve this $244 million loan from EPA. We are also working on one measure under $35 million, very closely with our advisors and such. And on Tuesday morning at 9 o'clock, there is going to be a sale, and we are going to see what kind of interest rate. Yes.
They were 5 minutes, 30 seconds, so.
Yes, Alex, when can you share with us the latest draft of the La Vista Park and then also the location of the new benches? Is that something you can share soon? We have an opportunity.
Absolutely, absolutely. As we are in the advertisement section, we are still working with our making minor changes
Okay.
to the location of the dog run and so on. So as soon as that is done, I would say in the next week or so.
Okay, very
we'll be
good.
able to do that.
And the benches, that'll be interesting.
And also the mentions.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Quick questions. Thanks for the presentation. Wanted to know if your sewer replacement goal will be impacted by any of the budget or with what's happening with the EPA, if it's anything impacted by that. Just wanted to make sure that we're still replacing.
So the sewer replacement, no, because the sewer replacement is basically funded by the operating budget in the sewer. So we have approved us to move about $7 million from the operating budget every year to replacement. And that has allowed us to combine a couple of years of replacement into one for economies of scale and do it. And that's why we have this huge $33 million project this year. As far as the other project, the big project at the plant goes, if for whatever reason, the WEFIA loan falls through, EPA is not able to do that, then we have to expand our revenue one and borrow from the revenue one. The interest rates are about the same, but there are some flexibilities on the WEFIA side that we are not going to have on the bond side if we have to go through that.
And then I understand that the Caltrans contributed to the trash capture devices, which is great, but are they also interested in doing any other infrastructure improvement projects? So what I'm seeing a little bit further up on 80, they are starting to install different types of landscaping in order to reduce fires and drought, having drought resistant landscaping is also causing other issues. So I just wanted to see what if we are partnering with them on any types of improvements on our exits, given that we do see a lot of debris and.
We are frequently in contact with them regarding those issues, whether it is trash management or doing more landscaping. Director Woodman and myself have contacts there and we are in touch with them. They are not as responsive. We want them to be. They are also mentioning that they have budget issues and there are a lot of different priorities.
Okay.
But I understand the need.
Okay, thank you.
I think we read it out first, so thank you.
Might want to take this.
So, okay, so, I'll go back to the system and, I'll start. Okay.
Can you, help me understand what this, nature-based solutions project, what that encompasses?
Yes, nature-based solution is going to use a section of our old, what we call oxidation ponds. There are ponds, 200 acres ponds that can be used for dual purposes. Right now, we park some of our treated effluent there. When, you know, we have a tremendous amount of water coming related to storms or something. That is going to be used for two purposes. One is the shoreline protection. The other one is to have a system of discharging water from the treatment plant directly into the bay, treated and directly discharged. If we are going to be able to do that, that is going to be a dual purpose, basically, improvement. It's a small pilot program. It's a $600,000 program versus, you know, hundreds of millions of dollars, but it has potential to be something that we want to pursue in the future.
I see, very good. And sort of switching gears here. The fire hydrants in the hills, they are served by, we have our own reservoirs up there. Is that correct? So reservoirs, and then down below there are pump stations.
Correct. Correct. So 15% of our city is served by pump stations. We call it the highline chillers that basically put water from the base, pump it up into reservoirs, and then distribute it to customers, including the university up there and others. So that is the case.
And those pumps rely on electricity to operate?
They run on electricity, but all of them in Hayward have backup generators that are maintained on a regular basis. So that if we lose electricity, we are not going to be without water.
Okay, and in a worst case scenario, what is, how many hours of water can be supplied to combat fires in the hills?
You know, we have a system to be able to take fuel to these backup generators and run them continuously. If there is a, you know, tremendous event that disrupts that, then we are talking about with fuel that we have in the city on site in storage, something like 24 to 48 hours.
Okay, all right, so, okay, thank you.
Which is better than a lot of other agencies. No one has access.
I just think based on what we saw, I started to raise some questions about the work that we do to protect our communities.
Yes, and there, the fuel was always available. If water wasn't available. Because the system was not designed, is not designed to put out a wildland fire. It's designed to do fire. So that's what the difference was.
Right, and I think you and I have talked about that before. We're pretty well prepared because we just prepared in advance for that urban wildlands interface.
We are very, not only we have our own very robust system, but we have interties with the other agencies that will not rely on SFPUC, like with East Bay Mud and with Alameda County. But furthermore, we are in the middle of the link between two major agencies, major water systems. One is East Bay Mud, the other one is SFPUC. They have linked their systems in Hayward because we are in the middle of that. That is going to allow us, if there is activation of that intertie, to get all of our daily water use first, and then transmit whatever is left over to the south, to SFPUC for every monitor. So we are a link and we are in a special location.
Very interesting. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. And just a question for other Mayor City Manager Alvarez. Per department, how much time would you like for council? Just because I want to understand as a collective, how many questions we should be asking.
It's we're doing the time allotment, so it's 15 minutes. We did save a little bit of time, even though we had the closed session. So you're still on time,
Okay, and so you say 5-minute presentation, 10-minute for questions, or?
10 to 15.
Okay, got it. Thank you. Just so I can moderate myself.
So hurry up.
You mentioned we have a consultant now to evaluate the loop. I was just curious, who is that consultant or what organization are they with?
I don't have their name right now, but I can get that for you.
Okay. And then I'm seeing that we're helping the community transition from gas water heaters to electric heaters. Can you speak a little bit more to what that program entails or how we're approaching that?
So there's a program that encourages people to get away from using gas because it's not good for health or the environment. And there are technologies now that allow us to use electricity much more efficiently for media purpose. It is heat pump water heaters. Basically, the idea is that some of the energy, some of the
I'm familiar. I'm just curious. Thank you for the explanation. I'm just curious, what are we as a city doing? Because I'm seeing that it says we're helping community members convert. So what is it helping that we're doing?
So we are encouraging them to do it, and there are certain incentives that are available. Can we make them aware of the incentives?
So these are maybe, are we offering the incentives or are we just making them aware of like state incentives?
Making them aware.
Okay, got it. And then last question is, there was this recent Supreme Court ruling, SF versus the EPA, very narrow decision in favor of San Francisco around, I think it was wastewater treatment. I'm just curious, does that ruling in any way impact the bond that we are about to pursue?
We haven't heard that from our bond counsel.
Okay.
Very, very good for the financial advisors. We are on track to get the funding that we need.
Okay, got it. And then, just to echo Councilmember Goldstein's comments, to the question around wildfire preparedness, how is your department maybe interfacing with fire in terms of developing an emergency response plan?
We have a very, very close relationship with our fire department. One of the things that we have done is we have allowed them to connect directly to some of our reservoirs, not only through fire hydrants, but directly reservoirs to get the water that they need to fight fires. The relationship could not be closer.
Okay, fantastic. Those are my questions. Thank you for the presentation and thank you for the great work.
I think jump in on the question about the decision from the EPA. I don't think it should impact our bonds. I think what it does, given the unpredictability of the current administration, no one knows what anything means necessarily. But I think what it does is it helps. It's a a point on the side of some more confidence that the loan from EPA will actually come to fruition.
Okay.
What does that mean in the end? Yeah. We'll find out soon enough. But I think that's one of the things that gives us a little bit more confidence.
Thank you. And please pass my compliments to your team as well. This is a lot of work that often tends to go unnoticed.
Also, just a quick comment to your comment about the comment about the water heaters on Bachman. I'm the representative for the mayor's conference in Bachman, and And we had a mid-year report, or I guess a mid-implementation report about the success of the program that was passed prior to me getting there. Thank you. And Bachman has had relative success, and at least that's what they reported to us. But converting gas water heaters to electric water heaters continues to be a very controversial issue on Bachman. And the central concern is the affordability, primarily in low-income communities of color. And so it is an ongoing unresolved policy conversation on Bachman. So I just wanted to. Councilmember Roach.
Thank you. Thank you, Director Mary. Every time we do this, whether it's a budget session or strategic roadmap, I'm always amazed at the amount of things that are, under your purview. So thank you for always reminding us of that. And because it's an amazing amount of work. I wanted to ask about road safety work, because I know other jurisdictions have done a lot of work to put in bike lanes and, close streets, and then some of them are undoing that. And so I'm wondering that if your department is watching those precedents just to see what's really working, what's not, because, it's a hot topic, obviously, given the last infrastructure meeting, it's a hot topic in the city, and then given what happened last night, obviously that sort of confirms our need to reduce speed. But there are some other areas, like, for example, left turn lane and Orchard that are causing a lot of trouble and don't necessarily see, not sure what what the motivation was behind that. And so I'm just wondering what you're doing to watch regional, sort of work on what's happening so that we can bring it back and decide which pilot projects are really working and which aren't.
Absolutely. I mentioned 15 miles of pavement that we've done. I didn't mention that we added 10 miles of bike lanes last year. So we are always looking for opportunities to do that. But there are locations that we do a project as a pilot, and we mention it to the residents after outreach and engagement and hearing their comments, that regardless, what we have done is a pilot implementation. By definition, that means that we are open to changing and tweaking and making it safer, making it better. That's going on right now, for instance, with Orchard Avenue. Orchard, as you know, takes a tremendous amount of traffic that comes down Carlos B now that was not supposed to happen 30 years ago when we connected Carlos B to Hayward Boulevard. So now all this traffic goes down Orchard Avenue, which is not even 36 foot wide, which is the standard for residential now. We are balancing the need of people that are commuting from the hillside with the needs of the residents of single family on Orchard Avenue. There are some comments that we have received, including comments from Alameda County, that there is a need for tweaking. We are doing that. We are changing signal timing. We are changing the lanes in order to make things better, rather than wiping everything out and going back to what we had.
All right, thank you. Yeah, and I'm not looking for us to do that. I just want to make sure, yes, we are taking it into account. Because we hear a lot about it, so it's important. Also, thanks for the question, for asking the question about water heaters. I was interested in that, so thank you. I just want to ask about the SAC Center. So I know we're celebrating the opening next week of is that phase one? Where are we on the phases?
That's phase one. Phase two is under design right now.
Okay.
And
Yeah, and where's the budget shortfall?
Yeah, so phase two, we just got back to cost estimate on Friday, so we haven't, so we can prepare a memo for you on that. In short, it is mostly designed, we're permitting, but there is a budget shortfall, so we'll give you an update on that and talk about options.
And then so phase three, that's not, there's.
Phase three, we just applied for the grant, so we'll see if we can get that. But yes, we have to complete phase two. There's we're moving services. They're moving around the site.
Okay.
And so we have to complete phase two to move. Yeah, so there's extra work.
Okay, thank you. And then my final question is about data centers in general. I talked a little bit, but just that we're kind of looking at what does it do to potentially drain resources in the city? Oh, and if not, because that's the concern from the community, these data centers are going to come in, draw this energy. Just can we dispel everyone? That's right. Yeah.
So Hayward is now a in the location or data centers they have discovered Hayward. There are two existing data centers in Hayward. There is one that the construction has finished, but the servers have not moved in. And there is another one that is in early stages of permitting. These are huge centers. Just for scale, one of them is twice as large as the biggest Costco that you have built. And these are going to be full of servers. They require a lot of electricity, tremendous amount of electricity. I think one of the reasons for Hayward is that there is a power plant energy center in Hayward. They have finished, the RCEC has finished their obligation with PG&E. The 10 years is over, so RCEC is on their own now and are able to find customers and supply electricity. So a lot of electricity is going to be used, which has some benefits to the city in terms of financial, but that's about it. Job-wise, these data centers are not a tremendous job creation facilities. They have about 40, 50 employees, and that's it.
Yeah, so we're at the night. I know we talked to you.
So, Councilor Andrews has asked to be pulled off the list, but you're next, so if you
And
could be.
I also want to give everyone a reminder, including the directors, to lean into your mic because being told that people are having a hard time.
Yeah, so we need to be more concise, more tight. Thank you for this presentation, Director Mary. I really like the work that's being done on Mission, and I'm happy to see that that project is about 90% complete, but it's like really nice with the lighting and everything that's there. And you're seeing a lot more people kind of, running up and down Mission these days, but I'm just wondering, what's the priority around Tennyson? Because it seems like they need a lot of lighting. It feels unsafe when I run down Tennyson versus Mission. So is there a project that's going to be upcoming to look at maybe lighting or, redoing Tennyson to make it a little bit more safe and well lit?
Yes, there are projects there, nothing of the scale of what we have done on Mission Boulevard. But there are smaller projects that we are working on Tennyson.
Got it. And then I'm also just thinking about kind of the nexus between sort of just lighting in Hayward in general and public safety, because I know at the Public Safety Committee meeting, there's been some trends that say, in areas that aren't well lit, there's higher crime. So I'm just wondering, is there a plan to look at maybe like lighting districts or lighting a little bit more broadly across the city and look at, as part of the strategic roadmap, where we might need to do some improvements and how those might need to be prioritized?
Anytime there is an opportunity to do that, we do that. As you know, we have about 8,000 lights in Hayward. Most of them are attached to PG&E poles, and by definition, rather than being where they are needed, they'll have to go with where PG&E poles are. The lighting is not very efficient in Hayward. They are very, very costly to install. So we have to find grants and other opportunities to be able to do that. We are working with Fourth Floor here to use some of the money that we get from Alameda County Transportation Commission for paratransit and use for lighting. I think that that's something that do, but that is not going to have a tremendous effect in terms of lighting.
Yeah, because I'm just thinking about, kind of prioritizing Tennyson in that space. When you go down Mission, you have like the uplighting from the cement, you have these nice lights that are probably coming from PG&E poles, and it's really well lit. It feels very safe, and I just feel like we can be a little bit more imaginative and prioritize Tennyson a little bit more than maybe what we have in the past.
Understood.
And then how would people find out a little bit more about the citywide distribution program? Where would we go to learn more about that?
That is, we are in the beginning of that effort. There is going to be a lot of outreach and engagement through the youth commission, as well, the neighborhoods and so on. There is going to be a big effort before there is by distribution, and it's very much involved.
Great, thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Berry. Appreciate it. And there are no other questions. If you have anything, we'll email you. And looks the next person on deck is Human Resources.
Yes, and we get Brittany Fry to join us, Director Fry. I just wanted to summarize very quickly Public Works. Director Mary is very kind and very proud of the work that his staff are doing. But the reality is that we don't have enough financial resources to be able to do the work that needs to be done. So we're trying to be careful and how to create public financing pathways to get the key priorities. But we're short close to about $700 million, just to give you an idea. And just on what's on the plate. And we still have the uncertainty of the financial plans that were in place that depend tremendously on federal funding. And so with the uncertainty of the federal funding, we have not received any news that's being pulled from Hayward, but it's around close to $15 million. That's at risk.
25 or 50?
15.
Okay, thank you.
And the first number you gave was 600 million?
700.
That's the CIP shortfall.
Unfunded CIP projects.
Yeah.
Okay.
And before, Director Fry starts, I'm gonna give, for directors, I'm gonna give a 2-minute warning, just to help people stay on track, and I'll give you a 5-minute warning before.
Good,
Great.
good.
I think I'll be well. Okay. Okay, so good morning, Mayor, council members. I'm excited to share, go to the next slide, just some of the accomplishments that the HR team has been able to work through so far this fiscal year. Before I get started on some of the more exciting things and what we have on the slide, I just want to share that for our strategic initiatives, HR is on track to has either already completed or will complete each of our strategic initiatives by the end of the fiscal year. But
Flexing, are you flexing? Is that
not as exciting as some of the other stuff I'm working on. So just wanted to share that up front. So for first and foremost, I am pleased to share that HR is contributing to Hayward as an education city with our leadership development programs. And this fiscal year, we designed and implemented the City of Hayward's first leadership development program, which is run as a cohort. This program consists of instructional and interactive learning and disc communication, performance management, managing conflict with empathy and compassion, time management, labor relations 101, and medical leave and accommodations as a supervisor. And this is designed for current supervisors. We're also developing a leadership program that is designed for emerging leaders or people who may be interested in leadership as well. We have also implemented new hire and exit surveys. We just concluded our first quarterly results call. These surveys provide an in-depth look at the onboarding, training, and employee experience within their first 90 days of employment with the city. They also help us to gain valuable insight into employee experience as employees leave the organization. So we're able to use this feedback and tweak, our onboarding programs and different things that are happening that we're seeing as high points in these surveys. As part of a larger onboarding program, we implemented NeoGov onboard module, which allows us to take what was an entirely manual pre-boarding process where we were asking applicants to print documents, sign and scan and send back to us. We've now taken that completely online. It has allowed for a more efficient, trackable onboarding process and timeframes, as well as a more elite candidate and manager experience, as managers can come on and check candidates' placement and where they are in the list throughout the process. The HR team has also been hard at work in designing and implementing our first strategic plan. So we have created a strategic plan with the help of management staff in our department, as well as their teams. And this plan outlines 5 strategic priorities for each of the 4 divisions within HR, helping us to focus on efficiency, customer service, employee engagement, and training. And the team was also successful in implementing the employee engagement survey focus groups on the heels of our citywide employee engagement survey, January 2024. These focus groups have been hard at work analyzing department-specific and citywide survey results and action items, which allow for ownership over.
Some of the other things that are not quite finished, but we are currently working on and have on our plate is the creation of a citywide training plan. The implementation of an extensive onboarding program. So the onboarding program really looks at candidate experience and action items from the first month before a candidate starts through what happens on the first day, what happens the first week, what happens, what should have been accomplished within the first month, 6 months, up to and including a year of employment. And it kind of gives a roadmap. It also brings all employees and applicants in person, hopefully for a quarterly session where they're hearing from each of the departments and what does it mean to be a City of Hayward employee. It gives us some ability to create trainings and consistency in that onboarding process. So that is, in the final stages, but we're still working hard on that. The HR team has also been completing work already underway on the citywide compensation philosophy. So we are working with a consultant and we have held meetings with each of the union representatives and teams. We've held meetings with the executive team and the unrepresented group. That consultant is working on the final draft of their implementation plan for us. And so we are in the final stages of beginning to review and take some action on that. We are also continuing to streamline process improvements across all areas of HR, including the creation and standardization of SOPs, standard operating procedures, and different various policy items. And we are looking at, with the help of IT, with Leo, I will call on Lisa specifically, she's been very helpful in this, but we are looking to implement a citywide LMS system or learning management system for the city. And this will help us to track, analyze, and store data across all trainings, and it will also provide an extensive training library. Next slide. Okay, some of the more unseen things, we're highlighting the accomplishments. There's a lot of work. There's some work that I couldn't include on here even, but there's a lot of work that's happening with the team that you see here. And just wanted to highlight since July, through this fiscal year currently, we have completed a total of 46 recruitments. We have processed 83 new hires, 49 promotions, 19 meet and confers, have completed 19 meet and confers, have processed and trained 776 individual training participants across the city, have held 60 focus group meetings, and have processed 193 leave accommodation requests. Wanting to highlight the team because a lot of the work that we do is not always fun, but I think we have fun and create fun. So just sharing that. And I think that's it.
Thank you. Councilmember Bonilla.
Thank you. Thank you so much for that presentation. So I liked what you were saying around kind of developing the first City of Hayward learning and development training, and then even looking kind of first time new managers. What kind of training is in place though around kind of executive development and executive coaching for maybe more senior level managers?
So that's a great question. We did, as part of council strategic priorities, we did implement a executive coaching program. And so all of our executive team members do have executive coaches that they're working with on a regular basis. And that has continued since the implementation of that strategic priority. We also initiated during that time the first 360 evaluation for executives and are on track to move forward in that way now.
Excellent. Yeah. Thank you so much. And then my next question is just around the accomplishments, great accomplishments. But is there anything that maybe your team is focusing on around maybe time to fill positions or increasing retention, or maybe just harder core HR metrics that you can share with us briefly?
Yeah, absolutely. So we do, as part of our strategic plan, all of our strategic initiatives have KPIs associated with them, which focus on data and metrics tracking. I don't have hard and fast numbers for you today, but can certainly look into and share that information. What I would say is our retention rate is great. I think we have a really good retention rate in terms of industry standard. So it's not something that we're heavily focused on. Obviously, with the implementation of training and new onboarding, I think that will increase retention rate. But the other thing that I would say is in terms of time to fill and recruitment specific things, absolutely not highlighted on this slide, but
whenever we open a new recruitment, one of the first things that we do is we meet with the manager or department head, whoever is the person who is overseeing that recruitment, and go through a very extensive recruitment plan. So we look at if there's any language in the job description that needs to change. Are there any artificial barriers? And we build out a timeline in that first meeting. So we're looking at, here's when we can expect to fill this recruitment, approximately if everything goes according to this plan, look at where we're going to advertise. So there is, that work is happening. But what I would also say is that we have our employee engagement survey consultant who is really part of the team, McLean and Company. We have an ongoing contract with them. One of the services they offer is HR Blueprints. One of the blueprints which we are taking advantage of in our HR strategic plan is data analytics. And so there's a heavy focus. We've already started training our management team on that because it is a skill set that we have to build here in the city.
Fantastic. And then my very last question, can you just briefly speak to maybe what the intent of a compensation philosophy is? Because I mean, in my head, I think I know what it is, but I'm really not sure. So can you maybe just share a little bit from your perspective?
Yeah,
Thank
you go first. Yes, absolutely. I think from our perspective, when we head into contract negotiations or when we are creating a new classification and looking at cert salary, there is an industry best practice. There's an industry standard. And sometimes Hayward has moved forward in that way. And sometimes we have moved forward in different ways. And I think it's just been some inconsistent ways in which we've moved forward with compensation and sort of the overall compensation philosophy. And some of that has had to change with different budgetary needs and different economic things that are happening. But what the goal is to have a consistent analytical way in which we look at compensation, in which we can all have sort of an eye on. It doesn't mean it's a hard and fast rule or that we can't move in different directions when needed and be flexible, but it's just what should our comparative jurisdiction be and why? What is that? Why are we comparing ourselves against certain jurisdictions? What should the difference between manager and supervisor be and why? Where are tied classifications where we think they're tied? Does that make sense? So really just looking holistically at our.
Great. Thank you so much.
And I was just going to add to the question, but I was going to ask, how do we monitor fidelity to this philosophy? And I guess sort of what you just said, right?
Yeah, I mean, again, we would never institute something that is a hard and fast rule.
Yeah.
I think we do have to be flexible, but this would be, HR, every person that's involved in the compensation process, whether we're coming to council in closed session, talking about authority requests, we would be bringing this philosophy forward as a reminder of here's what our current philosophy is, here's why we're recommending certain things. As we're creating new positions, we're looking to this to guide that discussion or information.
Thank you. Councilor Sarr.
Thank you for this presentation and for all the hard work your department's putting into everything that was presented earlier. I think what I really like here is that we're getting very robust about our fundamentals. The employee satisfaction survey, the amount of folks that have responded to that, I think was a phenomenal outcome, as well as the work you're doing with the Personnel Commission too. I was curious around, this wasn't necessarily presented, but more and more we get requests for interns. I know sometimes the city attorney's office handles interns as well. I don't know if you have clear guidelines around that. And I'm just curious, in your opinion, what purview, or is that a collaboration between you and the city attorney's office? I'm just curious about your thoughts on that.
Yeah, I think it's a collaboration between HR and all the departments, really. There is no structured process that everyone follows. It has been one of the items that we've initially put in some phases in the HR strategic plan on helping to formalize that program, but it isn't something that has a formal process, I would say, from an HR standpoint, citywide.
Okay, understood. Thank you. And then for the leadership program that you're discussing, I know there's also the Leadership Hayward program that exists as a partnership with the chamber. For employees that want to participate in that program, is that typically a discussion that happens within their own departments or with HR as part of this leadership development?
I believe that's a discussion that happens within their own departments. It's not something that I've been brought into or made aware of.
Okay, just curious if there was any kind of overlap there, but it sounds like these are very different things.
Yeah, what we're doing with the leadership development program is really arming our supervisors with the information they need to be successful and to limit the liability for the city.
Understood. Okay, got it. And then my last question was on compensation philosophy, but you answered those well. And I would agree with the mayor here. being able to track as we make the adjustments in our compensation philosophy, how much we're adhering to it. I understand they're just guidelines, we may vary, but if we're finding that we have a 20% adherence to our philosophy, then maybe we need to adjust our philosophy, right?
Absolutely. And I think really when we're talking about the flexibility, it's really around if there's budgetary implications or there is a labor dispute, which causes us to have to deviate from that. Otherwise, this would be something, if we're adopting it, we would want to stick to pretty strictly. But give ourselves the ability to not be forced to give certain levels of increases if we have a budgetary constraint.
Understood. Okay. Well, thank you so much for this work.
Yeah, right.
Just like.
Oh, 5 minutes. Okay. Councilmember Andrews.
Yes, two quick questions. Wanted to know, have you all reviewed the possibility or pros and cons of having a career center? I know we have the one stop and there's different development, career development, workforce development agencies, but sometimes that's really confusing for residents, particularly when they're looking for government jobs. And I know there's websites that link us to those jobs, and we have our website, but something that's more client facing. So I've seen some cities that have career centers at the actual city. And it's more just they have a time or they have a location to go to if they have questions about.
That's a great question. You're, as I'm assuming, speaking more career centers, not just for jobs here at the city of Hayward.
For jobs here at the city of Hayward. I know you all are not responsible for jobs all over the city of Hayward, but just government jobs here at the city of Hayward, having a career center, just basically being more client facing, I guess, in person, possibly.
Yeah, so it's a great suggestion. I think our office is open to the public. We do have people who come in asking about jobs. We have binders that are available and we walk them through the process of, what are our current openings, and we can say, but for example, we're also at a lot of the street fairs and the different hiring fairs at the various colleges and here at the city and City Hall as well. And what we do is we've made it more client friendly by offering a QR code now to all of our open jobs. We have a binder that is updated with all of our open jobs for people who like to have more paper contact versus the online and virtual. We also have sat with individuals at the library to help them fill out an application, obviously not creating the information for them, but helping them get to the right appropriate pages and understand where to put information in. So I would say that our staff is, in a sense, very customer focused in that way, but yeah, we haven't had discussions around creating sort of a larger or different space for that.
Okay, I'll be interested in seeing something that's simple that you can do, just basically acknowledging when people are available, whether it's an hour a week, 2 hours a week or something where people can walk in. And then also with the interns, I understand that everyone has their own system right now of interns, but I want to make sure you all are accounting for staff time to manage interns, because I have been fortunate to have an intern every year, but also fortunate for organizations to pay for that intern. So they are getting compensated for their work, but I think one thing that doesn't get accounted for is the staff time to manage an intern. So just making sure y'all are including that if you all are doing some kind of policy or working on some kind of system for it.
Yeah, that's a great suggestion. I think the real work hasn't begun on the intern program yet, but absolutely we will. Thank you. Take that.
Councilor Serban.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you for the good presentation. I was also going to ask about an interns and maybe time for something about formalized programs. So look into it perhaps. And then your recruitment, is it Hayward Center?
Absolutely. We are only recruiting for the city of Hayward.
Thank you.
From the Hayward members to work in the city.
Okay.
I think that's why I understand.
Yes.
Yes, it is. So we are attending all of the recruitment fairs, street fairs within the city boundaries that we know about or are available to us. And we are, encouraging people who will come and stop by the booths and say, well, I could never, I didn't finish high school, or I don't have this degree, or they require too much. And so we have sections in the binder that we're talking about that say, hey, this is that you have to be 18 and breathing, and really these are the qualifications. And here's why we encourage you to apply. So we're talking with. I mean.
Are you referring to our jobs?
Required. Shop Hayward first.
Recommending.
Thank you.
Okay. Councilor Golson.
Thank you. I like the good work you're doing. So kudos. A couple of quick questions. So do we keep DEI metrics? So,
Yes, we do.
okay. And do we offer any implicit bias training as a regular?
So I don't want to step on the toes of the DEI division, but what I will say is that in our onboarding program that I mentioned earlier, that is one of the recommendations that we have for that program, is that as an oncoming or an incoming employee, that would be one of the trainings that you're required to take as part of the onboarding.
Okay, you said recommendation and then you said required. So it sounds like it's required.
Well, our entire onboarding program is a recommendation to the city manager. But in that, we are asking that it is a requirement that all new employees take implicit bias training.
Okay, and then in terms of the DEI metrics that we have, do we use those in our recruiting at all?
We do. We actually do an annual report to the Personnel Commission regarding the DEI and the statistics around what does our applicant pool look like? What does it look like at this next stage of whatever that is, hiring, interviews? Was there a difference in that pool? What does it look like when you onboard? And what does that look like compared to not only City of Hayward employees broken out by departments, but the City of Hayward population?
Great. And so it sounds like we're also using those tools, those metrics, to target what we can do to improve on those numbers and outreach and recruiting and so forth.
Absolutely.
Okay, fantastic. Thank you.
Okay, and then I believe Councilor Bonilla had one last comment.
Yeah, I did have just one last comment. I shared it with Julie, but I mean with Councilmember Broche, but I decided to share it more publicly. But Director Fry, over the last 2 years that you've been here and I've been on council, I think we started around the same time. You were probably a few months before me, but your leadership in HR has really been remarkable and notable. I think that the things that you're doing to improve the department, everyone on council really appreciates the professionalism that you're bringing to HR. HR was not this well ran before you got here, and you're just running it extraordinarily well despite a lot of transition that we've been going through, and I'm sure a lot of issues you've been dealing with, but you do it very well, and we just appreciate your leadership in that department.
Go ahead with cookie.
We owe you a cookie, so thank you.
Thank you.
It's 15 shades of right now.
Thank you. So our next speaker, I believe, is queued up.
Yes, excellent. And I appreciate those comments because one of the challenges with the resources and a pressing need is when they're doing all this body of work to build the internal infrastructure and they're running as fast as they can, but there isn't enough time and resources to be able to complete all the work that's on that strategic plan. And with that, we have our chief of police who's joining us from Anaheim. He's taking time from his family to be with us. And Chief Matthews, I have to say, I took that picture, so I was very proud when I went into that classroom with a police officer there.
Well, I will say that that's one of our favorite things to do is to get into the schools and interact with our kids. So I appreciate the photo. I apologize for not being there in person. Again, I am in Southern California with family. We can go to the next slide. I'm going to burn through these so that we can get to questions. A lot of what I'm going to cover today is related to council priorities that are already established, and some are not, but they're high-level things that I think are important to point out. And I'll start with our accreditation. So as you know, we've been accredited since 2011. This is a voluntary process where we have subject matter experts come in and take a look at everything that we do to make sure that we're meeting nationally recognized standards. This year, we had our on-site assessment that happens every 4 years where they actually physically come on site, conduct interviews with staff, community members, and some of you. And then they prepare a report that goes before the commission. And then we are scheduled to appear before the commission here in a couple of weeks in Southern California for the final blessing for our accreditation. We're looking forward to that. We are making progress on our employee wellness program. Council approved a position a few years ago that took some time to get off the ground. We finally recruited and filled our mental health specialist position and are now bringing a host of different services to staff, including actual clinical work that this individual is doing with staff members, some app-based solutions, and also some professional coaching solutions that we're exploring. So we're excited about that. We are in the interest of making sure that we're leveraging data and real-time data to be able to make decisions. We're working on building out a real-time crime center. That's what the acronym you see there is for. So we're building that foundation and culture around the effective use of data and technology. And these are some of the solutions that council has approved and that you're aware of. So I won't go into detail there, but we're excited about that. And then at the end of, I think it was September, maybe October, we completed an organizational assessment. We had a consultant come in and take a look at our organization. They made 18 recommendations. We are building out an implementation plan, and we're going to share this information hopefully at our next Public Safety Committee meeting. And everybody will get eyes on that report, and we'll be able to talk through that with you and with members of the community. Next slide, please. Some of the things that we're working on, and I know these are numbered, but they are not in order of priority. Staffing and retention, we have the most vacancies in the city, and I can't stress the importance of needing to continually recruit. We can't lose momentum there. We're in the same position that a lot of agencies in not only Alameda County, but the Bay Area and the state are. And everybody's competing for the same pool of candidates, and so we need to be robust in that regard. And I do want to give a shout out to Brittany and the HR team because they've been great partners in being able to bring people on board. To provide additional context, we have right now today 41 current employees that are eligible to retire. 20 of those are police officers, and if everybody walked in and submitted their 2 weeks, we'd be in a world of hurt. We are making progress. We just sent 10 people to the police academy. It's the biggest class that I can remember since I've been here last Monday. But again, from the time they hit the door to the time they're operational in the field, it takes a full calendar year. And so there's a lot of work to be done in that regard. We're working on regional partnerships. I talked about our own regional, a real-time crime center. There is a regional effort to share information. Some of our solutions, the Peregrine system, flock camera system, we are entered into MOUs to be able to share that information and also access other agency information in the region because we're all dealing with a lot of the same crime issues. The communication center, we are working to not only adequately staff it, but expand the physical space, expand our capacity in there in terms of emergency medical dispatching, and then developing our leaders. We're promoting some folks into supervisory positions and looking forward to the contributions they're going to make. Facilities, I know that everybody is well aware of the issues there. We're undersized, and some of our main police station is dilapidated. We are in the midst of planning for a new public safety center. And then financial constraints, I think, one of our challenges is going to be sustaining operations and meeting community expectations with limited funding. We had a little brief discussion about this, and this is true of all departments. We had 10% of our supplies and services budget reduced back when the pandemic hit. That has never been returned. And so we're in the state of kind of piecemealing certain things with the reality of cost going up on an annual basis, and that's outside of our control. Even just the processing of some of the forensic evidence that we need to get cases charged has gone up instrumentally. And so we're dealing with that challenge in addition to our staffing challenges. Next slide, please. So moving forward, we are focusing on employee development and succession planning. We have a lot of folks, again, that are eligible to retire, and so we need to prepare our next generation of leaders. And we're working to do that. We're going to continue to develop community relationships. We can't be successful in doing public safety work without the collective effort of the community. And so continuing the work there. The continual analysis of resource deployment. So this is kind of in line with the assessment that was done. We're looking at everything from shift schedules to beat structure, and our ability to focus efforts to address specific community issues, again, using some of the solutions that I've talked about and data to be able to do that. We want to continue the reputation of solid investigative work. I think it's something that we take pride in. As many of you know, we had 14 homicides in calendar year 2024. 10 of those were solved, and we anticipate 1 or 2 others that may be solved here in the future. And we're continuing to develop a solid partnership with the DA's office to bring justice for victims and families. We're going to share employee successes. One of the things that folks need to feel valued is to have their good work recognized, and it happens every day. Some of this can happen in a formal setting like life-saving awards, which we have some pending committee review. But even just a daily recognition for some outstanding work. And then we're working on culture change in the organization. We want to be empathetic and compassionate in our work. I talked in the last Public Safety Committee meeting about the ABLE project. This is a science-based project from the University of Georgetown that provides employee groups with the ability to have realistic tools to intervene, not just when things are happening in the field, but when employees are going through it. And also to build an internal culture of accepting intervention. And so we're excited to start that work later this year. And then one of the things that I've been talking about internally is, we want to build an internal culture where people feel supported, where they feel included in making decisions about the things that impact them, and safe. And I'm not just talking about the physical sense, but I'm talking about safe to be who they are, because I think it's important that, yes, you're going to come in, we're going to put you in a uniform, we're going to train you, but you are your own person, and we want people to be safe, feel safe being who they are. Next slide, please. And I just added this slide here just because this is a kind of a visual representation of who we are. On the upper left, we have our latest academy class that graduated. They are now in field training. Lower left, again, getting out, getting into the community and interacting, particularly with our young people. And then the picture on the right is just kind of a visual representation of some of the people that we have in the building. We're a collection of human beings who raise their hands and promise to be there on people's worst day. And I think that's reflected in a lot of the work that gets done. We have diversity in our backgrounds, our life experiences, and how we think and see the world. And our goal is to stay engaged, to continue to serve this community with compassion, to do all we can to help folks thrive. And we're really blessed and happy to do this work, and we really appreciate your support, and want to thank you for the time. So I'll go ahead and move on to any questions that you have, and thank you again.
Thank you. Councilmember Andrews.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. I was interested in the mental health aspect of your presentation, and definitely understand officers see a lot in the field and have to deal with a lot when it comes to solving a crime as well. And just wanted to hear more about what you all are doing in terms of that, but also wanted to just highlight, I think that animal services also sees a lot of trauma, and just wanted to make sure that they're included in that when you're reviewing mental health.
Yeah, absolutely. That's a great point. Wellness is not just specific to police officers. Everybody has access to the same resources. We contract with a clinical psychologist who's on call. We have our mental health specialist who has a PhD in psychoanalysis and is doing clinical work with staff. Again, going back to some of the app-based solutions, that we're providing with folks, there's a direct connection to services. We know that in this field, there's constant exposure to traumatic things, and that accumulates over time and can have an impact, certainly. So we're very sensitive to that and are continuing to work collectively as an agency to identify new ways to make sure that folks are being taken care of, because if we don't take care of our folks, they can't take care of our community.
Okay, and last question is regarding county support in terms of responding to mental health responses, and seeing if there is any conversations about making that relationship stronger. And I know in the items listed in the roadmaps, we were discussing hard being pilot and looking at it to being permanent, but wanted to see how we were going to address challenges with that given budgets, but also how to lean on the county to support stronger support.
Yeah, I think I got most of that. I'm having a little bit of a hard time hearing. We are, we're committed to making sure that we do that work. We do have a great relationship with Alameda County Behavioral Health and their clinicians who continue to work with our officers as part of the MET component of the HEART program. And then also with the LINK team, our clinicians have expanded to doing that, kind of follow-up work with adults. They do have great relationships with a lot of our service providers. I think we've talked about some of the challenges with, access during non-work hours. We are having internal conversations about being able to expand our capacity you know, with the Link program in the mental health space, you know, using some existing positions that are already in the department. That's a kind of a budget conversation that we anticipate having moving forward. But we're committed to continuing, you know, that work. I think it's incredibly valuable. And we're fortunate enough at this point to be able to use existing staff. There are some, you know, associated overtime costs, because we don't have people that we can dedicate to that work full time. So folks are rotating in and out. But it's important work.
Okay, thank you. I encourage us to also lean into the county to help strengthen that and reduce burden on staff. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Councilmember Newton. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Chief. Great report. I think we're all, very proud of the great work that the police department is doing and the initiatives that you have moving forward. Just one question. I've heard from principals primarily in high schools, around kind of safety being a pretty big concern, right? And I also have experienced it personally with my own family in high school here in Hayward, and you've helped me with things too. So thank you so much, you and your staff. But it's great to see this picture, of kind of community engagement at the elementary level. But what's your kind of thoughts around strategic initiatives or moving forward in kind of creating closer partnerships or improving partnerships around kind of like safer schools or, safer students in schools or, kind of something in that vein?
Sure, absolutely. That's a great question. And I think something that's on the minds of many these days, just given what we've experienced as a community and also what's going on nationwide. So I think that I want to start off by saying that we do continue to maintain a good working relationship with the school district. We have a sergeant who's assigned as a liaison for their staff. We conduct safety plan reviews for all their campuses. We engage them on issues related to training their staff, et cetera. That work is going to continue. I think, we've all been privy to some of the conversations that have happened around the school resource officer program. I think that one of the benefits to that program was that we did have on-site direct communication with administrative staff regarding safety issues. And so when there were things that were escalating, we had the opportunity to be proactive in interventions, right? And also to build relationships, with our students and staff to develop that trust, right? A very low percentage of the activities of a school resource officer were actual enforcement. It was all the other stuff that's related to safety. And I know, there are ongoing conversations about that program and whether or not it should come back, and if it does, what it should look like. We're always happy to be a part of that. But in the meantime, given where we're at right now, we're going to continue to work with the school district. We're going to continue to support their needs. If there's something that they need from us, we're going to do what we can to repurpose staff to address that because, I can't think of anything more important than student safety.
Yeah, thank you so much. And thanks for keeping that a priority. And thanks especially for joining us on your vacation.
Sure, my pleasure.
Councilmember Rose.
Thank you, Chief Matthews. I was wondering about recruitment. You said there's a bigger recruitment class this year, but then what is the ratio of like new recruits versus laterals? Are we doing as much work to try to, attract so that we don't have to pay for a year?
We are. Laterals are a little bit different. The benefit to a lateral is that, they've already been trained. They've already gone through a field training program. You can essentially bring them into the organization, provide them with an orientation, plug them into an accelerated training program, and they're operational right away. So that's a benefit. Also, we don't have to pay for the police academy, et cetera. We only hire about 5% of laterals. And, I'll just be frank, we're not interested in bringing on somebody else's baggage. One of the questions that we ask when we look at a lateral candidate is tell me about your work history. What are we going to find out when we do a background? What are you running from? So those are issues that are kind of unique to bringing laterals on board. There are a lot of people who are looking to go elsewhere, not because, they want to get into an agency and contribute to the community. They're probably, running from something. And so we're not gonna engage in bringing any of those folks on.
All right.
The benefit to bringing people in on the front end and sending them to the academy is we have a firsthand opportunity to develop them in a way that we think is best for our city and our agency. And so that's where a lot of the effort is. But if we have a good lateral candidate, and we've had several that have been incredibly beneficial, and great adds to the organization, so I don't want to knock them. But we like being able to grow our own people, especially a lot of our local talent. You know, we're seeing people that have connections to Hayward come into the organization, which is great.
All right, thank you. That's really helpful. The other question I had was about, you and I talked briefly about road safety. You know, there's a lot of rhetoric out there about some of the road safety stuff has to do with the road narrowing. And could you sort of help us dispel that rumor that I think you talked about it? It really isn't that, it's speed. So if you could just, you know, summarize that, that'd be awesome.
Yeah, absolutely. So when we look at collision data, probably when we do an investigation, we try to identify a primary collision factor, right? What was the thing that contributed most to this collision? And I will say, without even looking at data, speed is always at the top of that list. There are things that we can do as a city in terms of enforcement and education and engineering to be able to help with that. But one of the things that we're out telling folks is that, you know, everybody has an obligation to drive safely, right? And you know, we saw the impacts of that as recently as last night. We had a fatal collision, alcohol related, and so and speed was a major contributing factor to that collision. And so we're going to continue to do that work. Again, with the staffing challenges right now, we have, I think, who's recovered from an injury, and so you know, 68 square miles, and it's hard to cover all of it. So we're enlisting the community to do their part.
All right, thank you, Jim, and thanks for all you're doing.
Thank you.
And regarding the collision last night, the fatality, one of the passengers in the car last night was a 2-year-old. Yeah, who is in critical condition, right? Because of speed.
Mayor, 5 minutes.
Yeah, Councilmember Syra, and then Councilmember.
Thanks for the presentation, Chief, and appreciate all the hard work you and your team are doing out in the streets of Hayward. I was curious, could you just speak a little bit more to, you know, your perspective on the HARP program, or at least the component, the MET component of it? Could you talk a little bit about how you or your team see the effectiveness of it?
Yeah, I'm happy to do that. I want to say we're coming up on, I don't know what it is, 3.5 years of that program, and our relationship with the county and their clinicians. You know, one of the things that, if you look at traditional policing, you know, and use of force statistics, right, just as kind of a, you know, a metric, there's a high percentage of use of force incidents involving people that are in the midst of a mental health crisis, and that's something that we want to avoid. And one of the things that we look at with this particular unit. And so, you know, happy to report that, you know, in the 3.5 years that they've been operating, there's only been one use of force incident involving that particular group, that combined team. So in terms of success, you know, I think that's a good reflection of it. The benefit to having a clinician in the field is that they are often kind of the lead person who is making contact with the person in crisis, and our role is simply to be there as kind of that security mechanism. And we've done a great job of being able to, you know, in the field, in the moment, play off of each other, and step in when needed. But again, can't stress the benefit of that partnership.
Thanks for that report back. It's really encouraging to hear. I like seeing this report, some metrics around the number of homicide cases solved. I'm eager, and, you know, I'm not asking for numbers off the top of their head here, but as we start to assess the effectiveness of our policing, you know, what is the average case number solved, not just for homicides, but other kinds of cases, and how do we continually work to improve those numbers? What are our average response times? I know you have this data on hand somewhere. It's just, in the future, it'd be good to surface that so we can understand where we are and how we can continue to improve. And especially around questions with liability, as we look towards, you know, tightening our belts a little bit around the budget. One easy slam dunk way is, you know, that expression on pinch of prevention is worth a pound of cure, right? And if we can find ways to train ourselves up or operate in a way that reduces liability, there's significant savings to the city that come from that. So I'm just kind of curious around your thoughts of taking this more data-driven approach.
Yeah, in terms of solvability, and I'll just use the homicide, you know, kind of the national solve rate, I guess, is right around 50%. So last year we were well above that. Solvability is tough because there's so many contributing factors, you know, including, you know, witness cooperation and all of the things that we need to get a case charged. But having a robust data program and having software solutions that will allow us to access it in real time is only going to improve that. And the flock camera system has been an example of that, where we've had incidents and information provided by witnesses, and we go straight to that camera system and track the flight of a vehicle that is being used by an offender, right? And so building out that program to be able to understand where things are happening, understand when things are happening, be proactive in where we're physically present, right? If we know that the mall is an issue on Saturdays between a certain time, we can actually take that information and be there, so that we're not having, some of these offenses happen. So that's kind of the thought process there. And in terms of liability, I will say that, we have a great working relationship with City Attorney Lawson and his team. We're in constant communication about issues, related to policing, some of the cases that we've had, and even some of the policy changes that we look to make. There's always a conversation to be had there, and certainly welcome their input on any of it.
Got it. And then my last comment here is there's been some requests and interest from some of my colleagues around the downtown need. And given the staff shortage that we have and the cost of officers, I'm curious if you feel ready to maybe share some of your thoughts, perspective on how we might be able to design some kind of program to meet that need for a bit more of a presence downtown.
Yeah, absolutely. I'll just touch on something real quick. I guess I'll let the cat out of the bag. We're moving to voting districts. We're looking at beat restructuring, and kind of the goal is probably to align our policing beats with voting district. As far as the downtown is specifically, we're having internal conversations about our ability to repurpose staff, and then to have staff work to build out kind of this city and community-based program, so that there's a collective effort to address some of the issues that we're all familiar with down there, some of the issues that we hear about on a regular basis. So we are looking to identify whether or not we have the capacity to do that. I'm optimistic that we'll get there, but that conversation is going on, and we'll make sure that the mayor and council are well aware.
Thanks. I'm excited to hear how those thoughts develop, especially as you have those conversations in the Public Safety Committee. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you. I believe we only have a couple more minutes, but Councilmember Dominio, they can vote.
Mayor, Chief, thank you very much. My only wish is that you tell everybody in our force to be safe.
Thank you very much.
Try to keep me on that straight. Brian, I really admire your vision to drive improvement. Specifically, addressing CALIA, organizational assessment, culture change, and expanding your use of technology. Outstanding. I also want to extend kudos for the mental health wellness, and also your regional sharing of data. I think all of those programs are going to make our department really stellar. If I were a professional in that field, I would definitely want to work for you. I want to know though, does the technology plan include upgrades to the mobile data terminals?
So there is kind of a research project. The mobile data terminals are kind of connected to our CAD RMS system, and so that's a conversation that is ongoing, kind of by a collective group of city employees from not only the police department but IT and fire, and we're looking at some of those things, and whether or not there's a need to upgrade, et cetera. Again, when you look at mobile data terminals and when you look at CAD RMS systems, high price tag, right? No existing funding mechanism. It's one of those things that we're always paying attention to, but aren't always in a position to move on. But we are always continually looking at those things.
Okay, appreciate that. And excuse me, I think we talked about this before. We have someone in the department who is able to teach academy classes at Chabot College. Is that a program that's currently implemented, or just something we've been touching on?
We have a whole host of employees who are certified to teach in a variety of different disciplines. Chabot does have kind of a criminal justice program there, and there are some classes that we have both current and former staff members who are involved with. We actually have some folks who are on staff. So yeah, that work is continuing to go on. They don't have an academy that's run directly out of Chabot. The regional academy is the Alameda County Sheriff's. It is overseen, I think, by Las Positas Chabot, but it's actually the Sheriff's Department that runs that. But we do have staff that's out there helping instruct new recruits, yes.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Thank you, Madam City Manager.
And also, we're getting some requests for bathroom break, 5 minutes after this one.
Mr. City Attorney.
Could Chief Matthews comment on the relationship with the district attorney's office and whether the transition to the new DA will impact operations or crime solving?
Sure. Solvability is really solvability is on the police department. Charging cases is on the DA. There has been a transition and there's some internal movement, actually as recent as yesterday. So we have a dedicated charging DA at the DA's office, and we're informed this week that that person is being reassigned. So we're getting a new one on Monday. We'll learn who that is. The district attorney is part of the Alameda County Chiefs and Sheriffs Association group. And so we are working to develop that relationship with the new DA. I think there's a lot of internal work that is happening right now in terms of structure. I think one of the conversations that is ongoing is about, where the balance is between diverting people and, getting people connected to services and maybe not sending people to prison. But then also, what do you do with a multi-crime, offender, right? Somebody that's doing the same thing over and over again. I think those conversations are going to be ongoing. I'm optimistic. The individual who is now in the DA's seat, has been around and involved in justice-related work for a long, long time, former judge. And so looking forward to that relationship moving forward.
And thank you, Chief. And I would like to say that it's amazing how Chief Matthews is doing a lot with very little. One of the things that came to my attention as I was integrating myself with fresh eyes into the operation, for the city's operation, is the fact that the city doesn't have an escalator, which is also true for the fire department, to be able to grow in their staffing levels as our population grows. So that's a structural change that we need to do. That's very critical. So that's on the top of my priorities. Work with the fire department, the police department, so that the public safety grows in alignment with the population growth. And so thank you for their patience. And that's their pressing issue, which is mine.
Chief, thank you very much. Enjoy your time with your family, and on behalf of the council, please wish the men and women of the Hayward Police Department safety tonight and every day.
Thank you very much. I appreciate you all.
We'll take a 5-minute break for rescue.
Morning, Mayor, council members. I'm going to move quickly through this and try to pick up some time. So can I start with my first slide? So this is strategically, this is an update on our strategic roadmap projects. I want to start in no particular order. The first one is the Jackson Corridor landscape beautification. That's supposed to be wrapped up by the end of the calendar year. We're generally done right now. There's two pieces to that. There's the landscape corridor, the middle plant material, trees, new water irrigation. Second piece is the gateway sign. So the gateway sign, none of you guys have seen it.
Good.
We went out to bid for the new gateway sign. Numbers came back just shy of $1 million. We went back to the drawing boards. We have a $200,000 budget. We are doing that project in-house, really tapping into the expertise of our team, different skills that they have outside of work that they do. We're confident we're going to be able to do the exact scope that we went out to bid for at 200 grand. So we're feeling really, really good. We should be done at the end of this fiscal year.
Okay, you can stop the presentation.
The next one on our roadmap is the disposal day events. In the first 6 months of the year, we had 3 events. We continue to sell out events at capacity. So we had 965 households participate in those 3 events. The next one is our Access Hayward metric. We continue to respond to 95% of our requests within 48 hours. We hit 5,300 requests in the first 6 months of the year. The last one I want to report on is our tree planting goal. We are on track to exceed the 1,500. Next slide. Some not so great news. Our USDA tree software grant, we have put internally on hold. As council is aware, we brought the contract to you guys a couple months ago. We've paused on executing that just with the uncertainty at the federal level. We're really, really hoping we can move forward on that. More to come in the next few months. The next one is Old City Hall security and restoration. That is in progress. If any of you have seen it in the last couple months, we have stucco the ground floor windows, all the broken windows and stuff to make sure people are not in there to keep the aesthetic. New doors front and rear. We are restoring the lighting. We're going to install some solar powered downlighting on the facade of the building. And the doors, what I heard from the council too, is they wanted decorative doors. So the doors are not finished. The security piece is finished. The decorative piece is coming. But that building should look really, really nice in the next 60 days. If you're on the outside, don't go inside. The third one is new security cameras at City Hall Plaza. If you weren't aware, we do not have security cameras anywhere around the building. So those are going in as we speak right now. Also, both fountains, front and back, those are the same age as the building, in bad condition. We've tried to do some work in-house. We have repairs forthcoming in the next 60 days to get both those back online and functional at under $10,000. Again, vast majority of the work done in-house with our team to save money. The last one, which is what I'm really excited about, is the preliminary feasibility report and site plan on the new courtyard. We are in final interviews, Director Mary, myself, and our teams. Super, super exciting. Seeing some examples and renderings they have from other agencies. Really, really exciting project. So we're working on that as we speak. The next slide, please. The Streets Division initiated a public art crosswalk project. Those of you guys saw the piano crosswalk downtown was the first one. The second one is going to be a crosswalk right in front of the library on C Street. That is going to look like a bookshelf. It's going to have books and everything in it. So that should go in the next 30 to 45 days. Thank you to Alex's team for letting us be creative and still be safe.
Thank you.
Compliant, just compliant. On the next one in landscape, on that grant, before we pause, there's 2 parts of that grant. One is a tree planting and the other side is the software and tree inventory, which we paused. The first part on the tree planting, we did get started in the first 6 months of the year. We planted 172 trees in 6 disadvantaged census tracts. And right after the first of the year, we paused on both sides of the grant just for right now. Next one in landscape, we manage our lighting and landscape districts around town. We are installing new playgrounds at both Twin Bridges Park and Eden Shores. They are both in excess of 20 years old, aged, rusted. We've saved without trying to increase assessment rates drastically and planned for this for the last 6 or 7 years. We've ordered the equipment. We're in contract. The equipment has landed. It's in the corporation yard, should be installed over the summer. Facilities, we are preparing an on-bill financing project through PG&E for an energy conservation project across the city, namely a lot of lighting improvements and things like that. That project will be able to happen overall at no cost to the city. The loan would be repaid through the savings that are generated through the actual project itself. So that's due to come to the council hopefully on the 1st of July. And in fleet, we continue to meet our internal vehicle availability baseline. I will say that we are hanging by a thread at times, especially in fire, just trying to keep everything up and on the road. But thus far, we've patched things together with the help of both Chief Bolmer and Chief Matthews. Public safety continues to operate. And I will just say, as a whole, especially in a time of belt tightening, we're really trying to kind of get back to just core services and making sure we're doing those well. So I would just say overall as a whole for department, that's kind of where we are. Last slide. So looking ahead to this coming fiscal year, streets will put our first full EV compact bike lane sweeper in service. A lot of the bike lanes now do not have the room for us to fit our regular sweepers in. So we ordered an EV small one of almost 2 years ago. That's been delayed and delayed. Hopefully it should be here this summer. We'll be able to service all of the protected bike lanes that are very, very narrow. In landscape, next year, as long as the USD grant is going, we will implement that. Similarly in facilities with the OBF project and in fleet, we will continue to integrate additional EV and hybrid vehicles to meet our 20% goal. We were at 15% for a couple of years. We raised it to 20. I think right now we're about 18%. And with that, question.
Thank you. Councilmember Semenyo.
Just a quick thought that that's it for the report. Any chance that we could look at a draft of the gateway on Jackson before it's actually built?
Absolutely.
Okay,
Yes,
thank you.
get that to council's footprint.
Yeah, Councilmember Semenyo.
Thank you, and thank you for this presentation. Great work. As it relates to the strategic plan update, just two quick questions on item 3. When we say we responded to requests, does that mean we resolved the request?
Vast majority, we are resolving requests at about a 92% clip within the 48 hours. What slows us down are the requests specifically in traffic. Somebody wants new striping put in. That's not going to happen in 48 hours. So I think it's how we report the metric and the roadmap is responded to, which means whoever put the request in, we've either resolved it or made contact with the reporting party.
Got it.
And worked to resolve it.
Excellent. Very, very impressive. And then in that same metric, when it says, request related to unhoused abatement, how do you resolve those?
Ultimately cleaning the camp. So for us, that's not necessarily a 48-hour process. It's twofold. So if we respond to a camp, we make contact with the individuals there and ask them to move along. If they willingly do so, that will close the request, clean up whatever they don't want to take with them as garbage. That request will be closed. If we need to notice them, that takes a 72-hour posted notice. Those camps typically go a week, 2 weeks, just depending.
Got it. I don't want to get too much into the camp abatement, but do you guys do that on your own, or do you partner with people when you're working with these campers to help offer them services or relocation, or something?
We're partnering across the city with everybody, with PD, fire, community services, making sure that the first step is always offering resources.
Right.
So our staff will go out and do an inspection. We essentially report back to the larger working group and everybody pitches in with their part.
Got it. Thank you so much.
Absolutely.
Great work.
Councilor Andy.
Great job, lots of good news. Wanted to know, given that Keep Every Clean and Green Commission or Clean and Green Commission now is the new term, I believe, is going to focus more on cleanups and doing some other policy work, but wanted to know about mural boxes because that was something that they were doing as part of their cleanups, and given budget challenges, wanted to see what is the future of the mural box program.
Yeah, and I think that was one of the things that came up out of this current fiscal year's budget. We've started, I know out of the city manager's office, there's a list of boxes that could use murals. Our team has been also collecting a list of boxes that are frequently tagged along with those that could use a mural. So I think collectively, we can refocus on that with the task force. I think with the change in leadership at task force, I'll say the previous leadership had a work plan that was very, very broad. The mural boxes was one more thing on a list of some that weren't getting done anyway. So I think with new leadership, that would probably definitely be a focus.
Okay, and then can we also collect the list of crosswalks? Just want to get kudos, the maintenance was acknowledged in the East Bay Times regarding the piano key crosswalk. So we'd love to see if we can have more of that as it enhances pedestrian.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Roach.
Thanks. Yeah, I was glad to hear about the work on restoring the old city, not restoring Old City Hall, but sort of, making it more of like a public art piece in a way and lighting it. So you said you're restoring the lighting. Are we gonna do kind of like flood lighting to highlight it as a public art piece?
Yeah, that's our plan. So initially through vandalism and everything, there's no power to that building anywhere. And accompanying when the 9/11 memorial was built, power for that was tapped off of the building. So hopefully nobody's noticed, but there's no power at the 9/11 site either. So we have just restored that again. The partnerships, thanks to Director Mary and his team, our teams tapped power from a street light, undergrounded that under the sidewalk to the site. That now has brought power to the building. We now just need to connect it over to the 9/11 site. So that will be the ground lighting. So you'll see exterior. And then we are installing solar powered lights on the upper facade that are going to shine down on it. The direction to the team has been, we want this place to look amazing at night. We want it to be a photo opportunity. So
Great.
I think we're on track.
Yeah, good. Thank you. And then the decorative doors too, that they wouldn't just be like flat,
We have a couple of different things we're working on. I'll just preview with you right now. The security piece was the main piece. So there's steel doors that are gray. We're looking at a couple different avenues. We're working with the vendor who does the vehicle wraps on all of our trucks. We're looking at wrapping the door with the 1930s look, the original look of the building, coating that with a real thin piece of plastic to protect them. We're working on something, so we're just trying to make sure, but what's there now won't be the end.
Okay, great, thank you. Thank you for that. I'm excited to see that, the final thing. As far as the pause grants for the tree work, is that because these are reimbursable grants?
Correct.
Okay, so you can't afford, because we don't have the money there. Okay, and then the last one is, glad to hear about the mini street sweepers, because I'm in Fairway Park, and, we all noticed that, but it's hard to get in there, so thank you, thanks for all the work that you're doing.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mayor. Thanks for the report and all the hard work your team is doing. I think 92% resolved within 48 hours. Is that correct?
Yes.
That's very impressive. I mean, it's one of the ways in which I think the city, the residents of our city really feel like the city has their back when they see that high resolution. So I really appreciate the quick work by your team. Most of those requests are coming through Access Hayward. Is that correct?
Vast majority.
Vast majority, got it. And then I'm not sure if it's you in collaboration with IT, but as far as the Access Hayward platform goes, are you providing feedback to IT around that? Maybe this is a question for later.
Yeah, I think it would be a good question for IT. There is a collaborative working group that has been talking about what's the heir apparent to Access Hayward. I will say for maintenance services, being one of the users of it, while the technology is somewhat antiquated for our use, it works super good.
Okay.
Because the vast majority of our work is in, out, in, out. It does allow us some customization. But yeah, definitely an IT and a larger collaboration.
Great. And then you mentioned looking at designs for courtyard. I remember after touring the current courtyard, there was a desire at some point to maybe partner with HUSD to expand outwards. Is what you're talking about in line with that, or is this an entirely new courtyard?
I think those are some of the conversations that Director Mary and I have been having. I think an initial site plan, and I think one of the questions is does it make sense to partner with HUSD? And I think this first phase of work will break some of that out.
Okay, and I'm curious, just kind of a general question for the executive team and all staff is really, with the budget position at HUSD is in currently, are they more interested in relieving themselves of some public land? Like, is this a good time for us to come in and have that conversation around, are you open for a land swap, or do you want to offload some of this to help us expand our courtyard? I'm just curious if they would be open to that kind of conversation. Tree maintenance, I'm really happy to see that it's happening. What was the term that we used here? In disadvantaged census tracts. I was curious about the maintenance plan related to those trees being planted.
Yeah, so I think those would follow the same maintenance plan as everything else that we have in our tree inventory. As I brought forward the council a few years ago, I think we were performing maintenance based on the size of our canopy, probably once every 8 or 9 years, which is not acceptable. I think we added a tree trimmer. That group has really tried to get aggressive out in the neighborhood, so we'll pull some new metrics this year, and I'll continue to report on that on the frequency. But those will definitely be, especially ones that as a staff that we maintain, we plant a tree somewhere, we either have an agreement with the property owner or we are maintaining it. There's no lost trees that are going in and just left.
Got it, thank you. And then to a point that Councilmember Bonilla made earlier about lighting around Tennyson, it sounds like, it's creating or maintaining these lighting districts is somewhat under your purview. I'm trying to understand the difference between Public Works and you as it relates to lighting. Can you speak to that a little bit?
Yeah.
The idea of implementing around Tennyson?
Yeah, so I would say the vast majority of public lighting is in Public Works' purview.
Okay.
For us, there's specific lighting and landscape districts, and really they're in specific neighborhoods that pay assessments. We maintain those lights there through the assessments.
Got
But
it.
Tennyson would be on the public side for Alex.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. And then just last comment here, also very excited about the compact street sweepers. Given that we're adding so many bike lanes and continue to add them, is it worth beginning the process of budgeting for a second acquisition?
I think right now, in the budget position that we're in right now, I think we have what we need, to be really honest.
Okay.
I think it's a matter of being able to staff them and run them effectively. We have not specifically swept bike lanes only, so it's almost like another route.
Yeah.
But to that point, previously, another operator would have been doing that street who is now not. So I think in the long run, it's probably going to equal out.
Okay.
I will say that there's been delays in this EV sweeper a couple of times, namely around it being electric.
Yeah.
They've offered us diesel 2 times to get it here now. We've told them no. So I think we're hopefully at the finish line that we should be.
Okay,
Getting so.
got it. Thank you.
Councilmember Olson, they have 5 more minutes.
You do a great job. You've got a lot going on. I think your area of expertise, covers a lot of stuff. So I give you kudos for bringing your expertise. Just curious about one area, and that is, have you managed change within the organization? So we're under some constraints to find efficiencies. And just wondering, how do you manage that within your organization?
I think for us, we really pride ourselves as a department, and I've talked about it before, about being nimble. There's changes in administration, changes in priorities. The one great thing about a department is we have the manpower to pivot and do different things as priorities change. So I would say that I feel well positioned for us to be able to do, irregardless of what it is, different priorities. I will say that as a leadership group, the vast majority across my management team is nearing retirement age. As a department, we have historically really tried to invest heavily internally to have people on our bench ready to move into those roles. So I would say over the next 5 years, while I'm not planning to retire in the next few years, the vast majority of my management team is at retirement age already. So there definitely will be changes, but I will say that I think our bench is in most areas is pretty deep. And I think we're ready for that transition.
Great, thank you.
Madam Sagan.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor. Todd, excellent presentation. Again, just to share in what are the pressing needs and priorities as we look forward in in maintenance services department. And as I'm understanding the operation, I took a deep dive with Todd within my first 2 weeks here, and I had the pleasure of meeting his team. And again, the common thread, and I'm sorry if I sound redundant, it's resources. Again, amazing the work that they do with so little. And the commitment, the heart that they put into their work is tremendous. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you. Okay, next is Development Services Director Bowden.
Good morning. I'm excited to be here to just share some of the wonderful things that we've accomplished this morning with this team. This truly has been a team effort. I'm so very proud of the team that we have in Development Services. I think they really care about this community and they really do want to make a difference. So first off, next slide. DSD has completed 70% of our identified strategic roadmap projects. There are 12 projects specifically where DSD serves as the lead. Of the remaining 30%, about half unfortunately aren't going to be completed timely due to a lack of identified funding. But the remaining half will be completed by the end of the fiscal year. And as we heard earlier, one of those is the update to the tree preservation ordinance. So that is on track. In addition to strategic roadmap efforts, staff in planning, building, and housing has been busy developing flowcharts, handouts, and checklists, much of which has been in multiple languages to not only reflect changes in state law, ever-changing state law, but most importantly, these materials are really providing clear guidance to our community members and helping them understand the development review process. Staff in the department has also been actively engaged in efforts in downtown to support our businesses. Many of them have been hit hard, especially over the last several months with a lot of graffiti in downtown. And so we've been working with them on ways to address some of that a little more proactively and try not to pass a lot of costs on to those businesses. It's a bit unfair treatment. We've also been actively engaged with the Downtown Hayward Improvement Association with a lot of placemaking efforts, new banners that are reflective of all of the murals throughout downtown. So really trying to celebrate that, new planters at key corners, and some new event planning in partnership with the chamber. We've increased our public outreach efforts, not only with the new educational materials that I talked about, but also really having some success at increasing attendance at our housing workshops for tenants and landlords, which is really exciting. Staff in development services, along with staff in public works, as well as the HASPA JPA, were successful at securing a $600,000 grant that will be utilized towards shoreline adaptation implementation efforts. So excited. And lastly, but certainly not least, we have met or exceeded our fiscal year 25 budget metrics. So I'm very excited about that. That includes meeting our response times for code enforcement complaints, building more affordable housing units than we anticipated, processing our rent review petitions within established timeframes, maintaining positive balances for all of our development applications, thanks in large part to our new e-permit system, and conducting 100% of our building inspections next day, which is better than a lot of surrounding jurisdictions. Next slide. Don't want to spend a lot of time on the next slide, but I just want to say that the items that we just talked about and the items that you see here listed by division, that includes like rental inspections, various enforcement categories, plan review, construction, really comprise 90% of the day-to-day work that we are responsible for in development services, which is in addition to both the strategic roadmap projects that I mentioned and all of that other good work that I just shared. So again, huge kudos to this team for being able to manage all of this day-to-day stuff and then still be able to work on those customer service improvements and make progress on the council priorities. Next slide. So looking ahead for this upcoming fiscal year, DSD has a few things that are part of our proposed work plan beyond those core responsibilities. We're going to continue to work on those funded strategic roadmap projects that we haven't finished and obviously, as long as they continue to remain a priority for council. We'll continue to hold informative workshops for tenants and landlords so that our community is aware of the rights and responsibilities under our residential rent stabilization and tenant relocation assistance ordinances. There's some efforts that we're exploring, not sure what will be required, but want to make sure that we're poised for any competitive funding opportunities out there. So making sure that our regulations are consistent with MTC's Transit-Oriented Communities program. We also have some implementation tasks that came out of the adoption of the Downtown Specific Plan and our sixth cycle housing element that we need to make sure that we're moving forward on so that we don't run afoul of having our housing element be uncertified by HCD. And then lastly, the building code is going to be changing again with new changes potentially that will go into effect in January of 2026. So we'll be looking at updating our building codes to make sure that they reflect any changes that are made at that level. As far as pressing issues and challenges, we are seeing some challenges with respect to investment in standalone affordable housing. And then the resultant challenge in our ability to meet our RHNA goals. Definitely looking for some creative ways that we can partner to deliver on these goals because we're not going to be able to meet them by solely with our inclusionary rental or inclusionary ownership units within projects. So Another challenge is having sufficient resources. I know it probably sounds like a bit of a broken record, but we really want to make sure we have the right resources to address priorities, needs, and legal requirements. We're doing what we can with what we have, but in some areas, we're definitely falling a little short of ideal. We're really struggling with how to create a balanced approach between low impact, high cost endeavors and delivering on our core services. Best example is really balancing the resources that are needed for effective sidewalk vendor enforcement with those same resources that are needed to meet legal obligations to inspect rental housing units in the city. When we have limited resources available for those core services, there are cascading implications on the quality of the housing stock in our community, which just puts more pressure on the city to address other displacement issues. So I think what we would be looking for is some very clear guidance from council on where best to apply our limited and competing resources. With all that said, we are a collaborative department. We're excited to see what comes next for Hayward and how we can contribute towards your needs measure. And I'm here for any questions.
Thank you. Okay, so hold on. Yeah. Okay, I was gonna go down one here. And I'm sure Brent and Councilmembers in radio. Let me start off, street vendors. And I saw your point about sort of the balancing, do we enforce the street vendor law or do we enforce, or do we do other areas around housing inspections and so forth? And yeah, that's certainly a tough issue. One of the central concerns I have, and I'll just sort of put it out there and maybe the rest of the council can respond to this, but one of the central concerns I have is the public facing image of street vendors. And the concern I have is that it is really, really getting out of control. And we're not dealing, from what I'm observing and from, what I'm hearing from the street level is we're not dealing with, we're no longer dealing with these small mom and pop or small family owned, vendors where they're making food in their kitchens and going out, to, a sidewalk somewhere and selling burritos or selling food. What we're dealing with are large professional vending businesses that know the loopholes in our ordinance, and they're completely often disregarding our ordinance and doing this. I mean, clearly, if you look at Huntwood, these large multi-tent, full-blown operations with, there's one vendor out there that literally has a maitre d' podium there with seating and with all of this stuff. And the other concern I have is a lot of the materials that we have banned. I mean, we have painstakingly banned styrofoam, plastic, and not only the city, but the county and the state. Clearly, they continue to disregard local, regional, and state laws by continuing to serve food, with these materials. And the reports that I get from when we do go enforce our ordinance, sort of the hostile nature that is surrounding, these events, when we go and enforce the, ordinance. So, springtime is coming, summer is coming. I can only imagine, it's going to get bigger and greater. And, this is going to be a major issue. And I would ask my colleagues, we need to be very clear on this. For me, I would think enforcement has to be a priority, even if it's in the short term. But something has to get done and, because it really is getting out of control. And I guess it's not for you to respond right now, but that is a central concern I have. Are the street vendors. There was another thing I was gonna mention about that. Anyways, I'll remember it, but anyways, with that said, not for you to respond to, but I just want to make that comment. Councilmember Syra.
Thanks. Thank you for the presentation and all the hard work all of the teams inside the department are taking on. I understand the constraints of code enforcement and, I will always bang the rent protection gavel. I understand, and I would hope that our sidewalk vendors are good neighbors. They're not using materials that we banned. They're not littering, and I understand the desire to want to enforce around there. I also know we only have some capacity, so to the degree that we can focus on what our core legal obligations are, that's my priority. If we're finding a way to bring on new code enforcement folks, or maybe find a way to staff specifically around this issue, while the current team focuses on your other core obligations. I'm curious how we might be able to approach this in a way that isn't so resource intensive. So when I think about one code enforcement for street vendors, I think about and multiply the cost of each staff member for this maybe 1 to 2 hour operation. And, it lasts maybe 3 hours and folks come back again. And then I think was that the best use of taxpayer dollars. So there's got to be a way for us to address this issue. I don't know if our current approach is working, and I'm open to finding a solution. But through the current enforcement, I think I want to rethink a bit more, so we're not wasting city resources or limited staff time. I understand the impact it has on our local businesses. I do want these vendors to be permitted. I would put our rental inspections above that enforcement, just personally speaking, but I want to find a way to address this. We've gotten a lot of emails and public comment over time around a multifamily smoking ban. I am curious, what are the constraints around that from your department's perspective? Because it seems like kind of a slam dunk for us just to update an ordinance and say, here's a tool to make sure that you're not being exposed to secondhand smoke in your apartments. I just am curious why we haven't done it yet. And it's not to blame anybody, but what is the obstacle?
Some of it was just obviously it's the same group that is working on sidewalk vendors, working on fireworks, working on rental housing, working on everything, right? So it's the same resources.
Yeah.
So some of it's competing resources. We also just recently brought on a consultant that is going to assist us with that. That said, the real challenge, even in adopting it, sure, we can adopt whatever ordinance we want. It's always about enforcement. How are we going to implement that? And I think that's the real challenge, because honestly, we have to catch it in order to cite for it. And that's a little tricky. So I think some of the things that we'll be exploring is what does such a program look like in Hayward? What are the pros and cons? Is it less reactive? Is it more partnering with property management groups, the respective, developments to make sure that they're doing it? Is it something that we apply retroactively to everything?
Yeah.
Is it just something that applies moving forward where we may have a little more control with CCNRs and property management for projects? So that's all to be done. We are working on it, but we are just now kicking it off. So that is one of the projects that will move forward, but won't be complete by June.
Got it. Thanks for that update. And then I know we did a council survey a while back to talk about economic development and development service priorities. And one of them was zoning to encourage economic development in parts of the city that were typically zoned for single family residential. Is that an economic development question, or is that part of your?
We work in partnership. So right now we are working with economic development on impediments to development for businesses, really looking at our existing ordinances to understand are there some ways that we can streamline things. And so that's in partnership with ED. And that project is moving forward.
Okay, great. Because that's how we make walkable neighborhoods, right? Is bringing the amenities into the neighborhoods and really helping them become places that with their own character. And then real estate and property manager, would that fall under your division?
No, that's out of the city manager's.
Out of the city manager's office, understood. Okay. Yeah, I'm hoping that we can give code enforcement more support given how much we're put on their plate. I understand budget's going to continue to be a restraint, but especially with things like sidewalk vending, with rental inspection, it just seems like there's quite a lot that you have to deal with such a small team. But I really appreciate the work in the department. So
I was gonna go down.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Bill, thanks, Nate. So you do good work, and I've had the pleasure of working with you while I was commissioner for 7 years, and I really think you do an outstanding job. Can you tell me what size of your budget is related to code enforcement?
What portion of the budget?
Yeah.
It's not quite a third. It's probably closer to a quarter of the budget.
Okay, all right. Overall, are you continuing? So at one point we had this discussion about how you were driving for greater efficiency. And sometimes after being in a leadership position for a while, you kind of take your foot off the gas. Just wondering, do you have any new initiatives driving efficiency?
In code enforcement specifically, or in the whole department?
I was really, thank you for opening that up to the broader question. I'll take both answers. Thank you.
So there's a number of things. What I would say is the e-permits portal that we're working on has created a lot of efficiencies with reviewing development applications. So that's been great. There have been downsides with that. It does take a little bit longer on the code enforcement side to process complaints and work those through the system. So there's been some challenges there. But I think that we are trying to reorganize that department a little bit and reprioritize and focus and sort of tackle residential rental inspections in a different way than maybe we have in the past. So trying to get creative with how we apply our resources, how we work on tackling those important objectives while still sort of being able to tackle all of the things. So we're constantly looking at ways that we can be a little more efficient, but it's an ongoing process.
And that's a conversation that you have with your staff, right? So it's a team effort. And thank you for doing that. Do you have any new technology initiatives? So that e-portal thing, I keep hearing feedback from the developers that they love it. Are there other technology initiatives on the plate?
Not that I'm aware of that we're embarking on right now. I think we're just trying to continue to use the e-permits portal and gather as much data as we can out of that. That is one of the benefits of that system, is that there's a lot of really great data and reporting that you can pull from the information that's in that system to help tell a little bit better story of how we're doing in the department.
Right. So in that regard, you've got the metrics and possibly even some KPIs that you will apply for the portal. But what about specifically around code enforcement? So a complaint comes in, somebody's got to handle it. Do you have KPIs around time to resolve?
So we do, but the challenge is that the system that we're currently using is not integrated with Access Hayward or anything. So one of the challenges that we have is, as we are looking for a heir apparent, as I think Director Woolman mentioned, to Access Hayward, we're trying to make sure that there is an integration option with our e-permits software so that connectivity works better. So as it works right now, we are monitoring that. We're monitoring our complaint line, and then we have to manually enter them into our e-permits in order to them through to completion and resolution.
Okay.
So that's a bit of a backtrack, I suppose, in efficiencies is having to spend a little bit of extra time with that manual.
Great, thank you. And I just wanted to make a note to Anna. So, for the last few years, we've had this conversation about upgrading the Access Hayward portal and doing integration. I think that's something we ought to put on the list. Thank you.
And just a quick time check, 5 minutes.
I'll be brief. I just wanted to acknowledge your efforts, particularly with the DH. I think that makes a difference. And it's been nice to have that kind of filter about who you go to for downtown stuff, and that everything needs to come to the city. So I just wanted to encourage folks to really leverage that entity. Also want to give kudos regarding a presentation you all did in the February Economic Development meeting. I encourage all of council to watch that so they can have a high level update of all the catalyst sites that we have throughout the city. So Development Services and Economic Development did a great job on that. Wanted to think about how we look at amenities for the city. I think it also kind of speaks to some of the sidewalk vending and why there is sidewalk vending. I know we have a RENA number, but maybe we need to look at an amenities number and amenities goal to balance off out the arena, because we are seeing more residents come, but we're also seeing the side effects of not having enough amenities in our communities. So I wanted to see how we can look at that as we review what we do with the future of sidewalk vending. Also, wanted to encourage advocacy for those restaurants to go to the state and the county, because it will also provide the city more clarity of how they can respond. Right now, it's kind of a hot potato. And so we need those folks to advocate for themselves and make sure that we can, as a city, advocate and say, hey, we have lack of clarity because of these laws that have come down. So wanted to see how we can do that. And then my question is regarding HASPA, and it might be also a public works question, I'm not sure, but are we in partnership with SF Bay Estuary regarding HASPA?
Think so, not that I'm aware of.
Okay, so I do encourage us to connect with them, because we also have a shoreline project at my job. And so we actually did receive a pretty large grant to work on that for our 65% design. But it is administering federal funds. You might want to just see what is available and what can be done, but I think that would help us get to our goal of what we're going to do with the shoreline. And I guess one thing I would like to know is, I know that we're imagining $1 billion for, I believe it's $1 billion for this shoreline, if we were to do everything that was identified as part of that master plan. And is there a thermometer of how we're going to get to that $1 billion? Are we leveraging joint public-private partnerships? Because just trying to see what is the goal other than us identifying this huge project. We're concerned about the wastewater treatment facility. We're not going to have a wastewater treatment facility unless we do something about the shoreline. So just want to see what are the things we're doing about that.
I believe that it's an ongoing effort and constantly looking for grant opportunities to help offset the costs in the implementation plan, because you're right, it's a lot. It's really expensive and there's a lot of projects, but working with partners, and I'm sure council members Armenia can speak to his good work with the other members of the EPA. We're really trying to, take baby steps, but really try to move forward on those action items. And so we do work with all of those partners and are really trying to constantly look for additional funding to help realize all of the tasks or the programs that are outlined in the.
Okay.
If I may I answer?
Please.
Yeah. We're now in partnership with that particular grant, but we'll mention at our next HASPA meeting. And we are actually the only municipality in the Bay Area with a master plan on this, and that's the $1 billion plan. And we received close to $1 million grant to start actually implementing it. So we're in good shape. Thank you.
Thank you. I think for $1 billion, we need to get more grant funding for it. Because other people who are looking at shorelines, they're in conceptual design right now. So I just want to make sure that we are getting to that point. Thank you.
You had the buzzard, so I don't know if you know. Councilmember Bonilla, and you're behind the buzzard.
I'll be brief. I'm also interested. Well, first off, I just want to say thank you for kind of the plethora of work your department does. It's very impressive. Secondly, I'm also very interested in kind of brainstorming and looking at kind of standalone options for us to be able to meet our affordable housing and arena numbers. I know that some of our community members always talk about like this idea of inclusionary, communities and things like that. So I'm just kind of really, or neighborhoods, and I'm just, really interested in, creative ideas and solutions around that. Not like, they're easy to find, but whatever we can do. And then going to balancing the low impact, high cost endeavors versus core services. I was actually thinking about like, what would be a good example? And you gave a great one, right? It's like, we have core responsibilities to make sure that we are providing renter protections and we are not feeding a pipeline to continue to create and exacerbate homelessness and portions of our community being disproportionately impacted by not having these renter protections enforced by the city, kind of that being a core service versus looking at how low impact but high cost. Other things are like street vending. I mean, I totally get that we have to look at creative ways to be able to kind of rethink enforcement. And I completely agree with the way that my council colleague Syra framed it. Because if we're going out with all of these resources and it's not making an impact, then why are we continuously doing the same thing? And then the other thing is, I just like all of us, I know that we hear a lot from the business community about the impact that this is having, but I'm wondering how much are we actually hearing from the Hayward residents on impacts, complaints, food, like everything we hear is to the reasons why we need to shut these places down and enforce them. It's like, I don't really hear that from the community. When I'm out there, running down Tennyson and talking to people aren't necessarily saying, oh, I'm calling the city, I need this, shut down. So I'm just wondering from your perspective, where is kind of that barometer between, the community really saying we have an issue here in our community, or do we really need to find a creative way of now making this perhaps a part of the community if this is something that the community is asking to be integrated or further adopted?
Sure, and I've got some numbers for you.
Sure.
Data folks, get excited. So just for comparison, for looking at our code cases for 2024, we've broken it down by the type of complaints versus proactive enforcement. So for sidewalk vendors or street vendors, we've received 49 complaints and we've been proactive in 119 cases. So all told, you're looking at what, 170-ish, rough, or just shy of 170. In contrast, we've received 255 complaints just on general rental housing. We've received 1,409 complaints just on general community preservation issues. We've received 125 complaints on encampments. We've received 170 complaints on building violations. And then we've been proactive as it related to vacant properties and been proactive on tobacco, retail establishments. So we are not seeing the complaints, yet we are being very proactive and as proactive as we can with the street vendors. But in comparison, we're just not seeing the complaints. That doesn't mean they don't exist. So I acknowledge this is a hypersensitive issue in this community. And we understand that it's important for, certain segments that are frustrated, primarily our restaurants and our business community that's frustrated because they're not paying the same, sales tax, or they're not, have the right business license that a brick and mortar would be required to have. And we certainly understand that, and we're trying to address it, but we're doing what we can, and we're making very little impact. Anecdotally, I would just share, a couple of weeks ago, I was out on a tour of 238 properties in the Tennyson corridor with the city manager, wanted to show her around. And I knew that my staff was going to be out doing vendor enforcement that day and had hoped that they were going to get in front of it. So or would be actively enforcing when I was out with the city manager. And when we got to Tennyson in the early afternoon, there were still 4 vendors in front of the Eden Youth and Family Center on Tennyson. When I checked in with my team, they had already been to that location twice and had already shut down vendors, issued citations, and had already confiscated 230 pounds of food. They go while we're there. They disappear. We put out their barbecues. They move on, and they come back within 20 minutes, back in the same location with another bunch of food, and they're back barbecuing. We are not making an impact, not in the way that I think we would all like to. And then, like I said, comparatively, we're just not hearing or seeing that same level of complaints as we are in some of the other core service items.
Well, that's very interesting. First off, thank you so much for those statistics, because I think that's very clear. And, it's like the market drives the needs, period, anywhere, anytime, including street vending. So you can shut them down all the time. And if they're going to come back in 20 minutes because the market demand is there and people are going to wait to buy it, they're going to keep coming back no matter what we're doing for it. So I appreciate that. But then I also appreciate even more kind of, letting the numbers and the data speak for itself. If we pride ourselves on really being a data-driven city and not necessarily being reactive or emotional, but being data-driven and pragmatic in our approach, really allowing the data to drive some of our policy decisions, I think is going to be, what I encourage my colleagues to consider. And I really appreciate the data that you put in front of us today. So thank you so much, Director. That's all I have. Broke. Yeah. Just kidding.
My husband might have something to say. He'll get over it. Thank you, Director Pastor, for all you're doing. I think, just talking about this as an example of so many departments that so much of what we interface with you and all the departments is sort of the tip of the iceberg, what you do, and your icebergs are huge. And, I think it's evident in what we're talking about today. So thank you. I won't belabor the point about the street vendor because that was a really incredible exchange. I think the data was so important to hear that because it's true, we obviously all hear about the street vendor stuff, but like knowing that there's so much other need in the city. And I think it's just really important to highlight that information. I wanted to thank you for the work you're doing and sort of acknowledging and collaborating with businesses on the graffiti thing because it is so unfair. They show up for this huge piece of graffiti and then it's up to them to get somebody else to paint it. And often a lot of these small businesses have a hard time doing that. And so I'm glad you're acknowledging that partnership with them. Thank you. And then just the last thing, because I know we're out of time, is on the rental housing workshops, for tenants and landlords. I hope you're partnering with HUSD because I think part of the problem in enrollment is it's too hard, too expensive for families to stay here, and especially those families that we know are sort of on the verge of being unhoused. Whatever we can do to work with the schools on those workshops, get it into those Thursday folders, whatever it is, I think would be really important.
Yeah, great suggestion.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Sarah, thank you very much. Your place certainly is full and your staff does a tremendous job in every aspect, graffiti, the whole thing. Very briefly, I agree 100% with our mayor as far as the street vendors are concerned. At my last count, there were 75 street vendors in our streets, not counting the flower vendors on some of the corners. So maybe what we might want to consider is having a code enforcement persons work in the evenings or on weekends only, just to make sure that we have some kind of control. And that your task isn't helpful in this particular issue, but I believe that just as you've done so well in the other issues and the other items that you have, this will also be solved. The sooner we can do that, the better. So thank you for agreeing. Thank you for attending and for actually doing it.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, council members. Thank you so much, Sarah. I appreciate all that. And I think that what you're hearing here are very difficult, complex issues, and they're not being solved by one department, but rather it's a real collaborative group. And I would say not belabor the issue, but it's a hypersensitive issue to one segment of the community. We want to be responsive to the business community and the business owners. It's just how do we create that balance? So it's not an or, but rather an and. And so I am very appreciative of the fact that there's willingness and there's acknowledgement that we need a working group to address this issue that can meet all the desired goals in a manner that continues to support the core services of our departments. And it's not unique to Hayward. This is a regional and state issue. So I certainly, I'm trying to get my arms around our local government program so that we can activate some advocacy as well. So thank you, sir.
So it's 11:53. I don't know if lunch is out there.
Here, yeah,
Lunch is here.
so.
Oh, well, then let's just stop. But I believe we're gonna have a work, are we gonna work through lunch?
If we just grab it for 5 minutes.
So let's have a 5-minute break, grab lunch, come back, and then we'll move on to, I believe it's
Finance.
finance.
Should let you do some.
So if we wanted to, we can ride our skateboards in the pool. We're back. Madam Assistant City Manager, take it away.
Good afternoon. So happy to see everybody smiling. I was worried that I was going to be standing between you and no problem. So before I dive in, I want to take a moment to acknowledge the transitions that are happening in finance. We recently welcomed Sharif Etman to the team as our finance director on a limited term basis, and I appreciate the expertise he brings to the organization. Over the last 3 years, I've had the opportunity to provide leadership oversight to finance as a function, ensuring stability and alignment with strategic priorities. As Sharif gets acclimated, I'll be leading this presentation to provide continuity and support. Next slide. Finance is a foundational support for our operations, ensuring transparency and accuracy in everything that we do. Their work builds trust, both internally and externally with the community by keeping resources aligned with priorities. Finance keeps us focused on fiscal sustainability. And fiscal sustainability is not just about today, it's about making sure Hayward is on solid footing for the long term. With Sharif joining our team, we are ensuring stability and continuity as we move forward. Excellent. Core services within finance are administered through the 4 divisions: administration, purchasing, accounting, and revenue. In finance administration, they provide financial leadership and policy direction, managing the city's $400 million plus all funds budget and forecast to ensure long-term fiscal sustainability. In accounting, they process payroll for over 900 employees per cycle. They manage financial reporting, and they oversee 2,000 plus invoices monthly to ensure timely payments and accurate financial records. In purchasing, they facilitate procurement and vendor payments while supporting city operations by managing contract, purchase orders, and reimbursement. And in revenue, they serve as the city's customer service, managing $8.3 million in general fund and $84 million in enterprise fund receipts annually. It includes billing, permits, citations, and 7,000 business licenses, including 700 new ones that were just issued in 2024. So a little bit about our mid-year accomplishments, which is the next slide. Our residents overwhelmingly supported Measure K1. At an 83.13% yes vote, they extended the existing half-cent sales tax by another 20 years to ensure continued funding for essential services like emergency response, police, and infrastructure. We had a very successful general fund work session in this room not too long ago. We successfully facilitated a session that allowed you, our council, to provide key insights into your priorities to help shape our future financial planning. And the city's finance department completed a full assessment of their purchasing process, leading to updated expenditure thresholds. These changes align with industry standards, adjust for inflation, and improve efficiency while maintaining oversight. On the horizon, key priorities for the future. Next slide. Sorry, I already did it. Oh, that's it. Yeah. Sorry. No, I just had my. Okay, great. So, adopting a balanced budget for FY 25-26 is our top priority. Want to adopt a budget that incorporates both expenditure and revenue strategies to strengthen our fund reserves. We want to enhance our financial reporting and transparency. So we're working on expanding both reporting and communication, to provide the organization with greater insight into the city's financial position. And another thing we want to do is invest in financial systems modernization. That's our process improvement and automation. Many of our financial processes remain manual and resource intensive. We need to upgrade these systems so that we can improve efficiency, accuracy, and financial management capabilities as we move forward. I am happy to take your question.
I started on this side. I'll start on this side this time, and I'm assuming everyone that would have questions on this one.
Yeah, I don't have too many. Thank you for the update. And I know there's a transition happening within the finance department. So how's the finance department doing, morale-wise and all that, given that there was some changes and there's new director there?
And they have a lot of work to do. I will say that, and that was before the transition. And so that can have some impacts on their morale. As it relates to the transition specifically, what I've told by the managers in finance is that they're very happy that with the level of communication that we've had with them. From the start of Nicole's announcement that she's leaving, to our intent to bring on an interim, to us actually bringing on an interim. I conducted a survey of the finance department to ask them about the key capabilities that we should be looking for in a next leader. They overwhelmingly participated in that survey and provided great feedback. The result of that survey has been provided back to them. And again, we've been thanked for our collaboration with the finance department as we move through the transition. I will allow Sharif to speak because he started to kind of move through the organization already in his 5 days. He sits there amongst the finance team. Sharif, your thoughts?
I too was gonna say good evenings. Good afternoon. As I mentioned before, Sharif, I'm very excited to be here, excited to get the ball rolling. And we do have a lot of work in finance to do and jumping into March and budget season. But my focus is keeping the train moving as we move forward. And I already had a meeting with staff this week, meet and greet staff, set expectations, talk about what our priorities are, because right now it's about prioritization, the work that needs to be done, and just continuing the good work that they do. And as many of you heard in different, some of the different directors, especially with Director Fry and others, is that Hayward really has a great retention rate. So we really do have employees here that stay. And 80-90% of the time, so they want them to stay, and with others too, setting that expectation. So we have a lot of work to do, but I'm confident we can keep moving forward and also address the priorities that we have that are due now.
All right, thank you. That's, I just wanted to check in. Thank you so much.
Thank you for this presentation, and thanks for all the great work you guys do in the finance department. Just a quick question, when we say a balanced budget, and then I looked here and it says, reduce the use of general funds. Does balanced equate to like not using general funds, or does it just mean that, we found a way to get our revenues and expenses to meet, even if that does mean the use of general funds? Reserve, sorry.
Right.
Yes, sorry. Thanks.
In general, the latter is what some people say a balanced budget, but it is our intent to reduce reliance on the use of reserves. So we're hoping to pass a budget that does not utilize reserves.
Fantastic. Thank you so much for saying. Wow, that's great. Thank you.
I said we hope, we don't care.
Thank you. Thank you.
Sorry, blanket. Blanket. So we get the talk and then we get the real.
The goal is to always have a balanced budget without using reserves, but obviously reserves are there for a reason. And then you want to make sure you use them when needed at the same time, replenish them, and then not utilize the reserve moving forward. So there's always that, rainy day fund. Sometimes it rains, is what I like to say, and then we put those back and make sure that you're not relying on them year after year after year. As Assistant City Manager will also mentioned in some of the other reports, is we have a lot of one-time funds we've been using, and we've been fortunate to have those one-time funds are sunsetting and they're leaving us, and so we need to make sure that we have the funds to either replenish or make some changes.
Yeah, no, I totally agree. Until I kind of have a better understanding of the reserve and kind of its liquidity, because I think we had some discussions around non-liquid assets being in the reserve. I really do like the idea of not using the reserve as much as possible. I totally get the rainy day fund, but this isn't a rainy day right now in Hayward, so we do need to prepare for that rainy day. So what we can do to limit the use of reserves is the direction that I would have.
Wanted to see what is the timing of the review of cinema plays and how we do that budget?
That is a great question. I don't have an exact answer for you, but we will add that to the list and I'll get back to you on the timing of that. I think what we want to try to do is get past budget before we take on a lot of other projects, but I understand that that question is out there. Okay. Ms. Dustin?
We're planning a discussion with the council budget finance committee this coming month.
Okay.
Or this month, I'm sorry, with the next meeting. So we'll have some information then. Obviously provide more info.
And then I'm assuming we're again waiting for that real estate property manager to review the sites as well. Hopefully we can see what we can do with the sites and retain as much as possible. No.
Correct. Yeah, and I mean, we are actively managing it and doing as much as we can. We've got a great kind of occupancy rate at this point.
Okay.
Unfortunately, the most visible of the suites remains vacant. We had an increasing party, that doesn't seem to be moving forward, unfortunately. But we will be utilizing and activating the space in the meantime as we look for the right tenant for that space.
Great.
So hopefully that can be all I'd say.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Okay, so you answered my first question, which is we still don't have a property manager.
We've had a problem. Oh, I'm sorry. A real property manager employed by the city.
Well,
Just said.
so we were gonna hire a property manager.
We had a property manager, Advent Property, I think is the since. We don't engage Advent. Is why? Yeah, so we've had them for quite a while, and they're not Jim, they're tied in all leasing. We are on the real property manager, the position. We went out for recruitment, we interviewed a bunch of candidates, none of them would fit. We're taking the item to the personnel commission to sort of make some changes to the job description, get rid of the eligible list. Or expire the eligible list, make a few changes to the job description, and then also try to get a working title. We think that the description that we went out with attracted not the right candidate pool that we're looking for, so we're hopeful that we will get more folks that are have experience in marketing and real estate. We got a bunch of folks that were ready to manage all of the city's property, but not market the city's properties.
Gotcha. Okay, good. Thank you for that clarification. Tell me a little bit about the process automation. I got very concerned at one of our meetings with your description of how things were being done manually. I'll be honest with you, very disturbing conversation for me. And so, are you able to talk a little bit about the process improvements?
Just at a very high level, that it is on our list of a work plan for next year. Funding is approved to begin to automate some of our processes, right? So there is a lot of manual work that happens outside of our ERP system. And we want to evaluate that practice, find the right solution to eliminate the need for manual intervention, and then implement it. So we're just at the very start of the assessment phase of what we need to do.
Any idea timeframe by when you think it'll be?
Hard to say, again, funding, depending upon funding, it could take somewhere around 6 months sometimes to implement a system. Or I'll look at finance and others to give me a nod, yes or no, but this would be a large effort for us for our process.
Okay, great. Thank you for looking into that. I know it's kind of a tough thing to do. And I would just ask that while you're looking at that, also look to integrate our whatever financial systems we're using, integrate it citywide. So wherever money or dollar signs are being transacted, have all of that feed into the system. Okay, thank you.
thank you for the presentation. And thank you to you and your leadership and also your finance team. I think we've been really drilling down the budget for the past 6 months to a year as we've seen the headwinds shift and a structural deficit start to emerge. And so just want to express a lot of gratitude for how seriously you and your team have taken this challenge from the council to really right the ship before we find ourselves shipwrecked, to continue this metaphor. And, I was just curious around the procurement assessment. I know this was a strategic goal from 2 years ago to really assess how are we going about a procurement process. And in layman's terms, I don't know all the technical details, but would you mind sharing maybe some of the highlights of that assessment and how that might influence some of what Councilmember Goldstein's talking about?
Sure. So some of the highlights from the assessment, as I can recall them, were that we were bringing too many items forward for council approval because of the thresholds. We also had some thresholds in our procurement process that determined things needed to be an RFP versus just getting multiple quotes. The contractor that we used assessed best practices. They also looked at other municipalities surrounding us and found that we could increase our thresholds across the board as it relates to signature authority for the city manager, settlement authority for the city attorney, increasing the ability of departments to procure more quickly certain services so that they didn't have to go through an RFP. And so that is streamlining the process of procurement for the organization.
Thank you for that summary. And to Councilmember Goldstein's point, was there also an assessment of the types of tools or technology that we use in those processes?
Unfortunately, I'm not able to answer that.
Okay.
Go back.
Okay. Got it. Okay. Well, overall, yeah, thank you for your leadership around this. I'm really pleased with the shift in culture around how we look at and think about our budget. I'm excited to see these priorities be hit for this conversation to continue. Thanks, Mayor.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you very much. And I don't have any questions, so
Is it 2 minutes back? Did we get 2 minutes?
Just wait for it. Thank you so much. Just, we touched a little bit on it, but Regina has been the constant factor in finance. And she has been part of the transition, stewardship, that transition, leadership transition in the finance department. But we're in a very exciting place because we have the expertise of board and we have the proven perseverance from Sharif that can help us get into resolve the structural deficit. So we're very excited to dive deeply into those issues. Thank you, Regina, and thank you, Sharif. Sharif already told me, he pushed back and he goes, you have 12 priorities? Yes, I do. Those, and then none of them are priorities. So here's the first three. And we have our budget sheet.
And I do want to at time, so we're about a half an hour behind, so I'm gonna give a 5-minute reminder at the end, like a little bit earlier, but yeah. I know you have a lot of questions for everything, so it's hard.
All right, so good afternoon, everybody. I'm gonna start a little bit off script what I was planning to talk about earlier, and I just want to let all of you know that the Hayward Fire Department cannot accomplish its mission without all the people you've heard talking today, all the people you're gonna hear speaking after me, and everybody that they employ. It is just incredible to me that as I have risen through the ranks and finally reached to this position here, each level I see more and more how much we all work together and how integrated we are, and that reaches to your level too for the guidance and direction. So I can't say that more. I can't say thank you enough to everybody in this room. And then I was not going to talk about a lot of accomplishments. I was just going to kind of glaze over that because I think you know where we are and what we do on a regular basis. But something happened yesterday that I thought that I would share with you, and it has to do with our people in the Hayward Fire Department. And yesterday we did send 4 of our firefighters up to Sacramento to the California Professional Firefighter Studio to participate in a program that they have to help recruit young firefighters and people into the fire service. And it's called Recruitment in the Spotlight. And they sat for a live podcast for an hour and a half with an interview talking about themselves and the department and what makes everything, makes the department itself special. And I will say it's the people. And I just want to give you kind of some highlights of the four people, what they talked about in the course of this hour and a half. One of them, who was the union president at the time when the first Measure C went on, and if you remember, we were in an economic downturn and everybody was kind of hurting financially. And there were tears welling up in his eyes when he recalled the story and the thoughts of our firefighters going and knocking on the doors of our residents, asking for money at a hard time for them, and the feeling of overwhelming support that he felt for the department as a whole. It's then like, it just, I almost started to cry myself. So again, it just shows our ties with the community and how much we rely on them and they on us. It was great. The next, a single mom encouraging other young women, whether they have children or not, to be firefighters and to let them know that they can do it too. Another gentleman whose family did not understand the profession of firefighting due to cultural differences and really thought it was not an honorable profession. Yet he had the commitment and the strength and encouragement to pursue that job anyway. And he went through a time where his family would not talk with him. But now they've come to a point where he's been able to show them and to realize just how important of a career this is and how much of an impact he makes on the community. And then the last that I'll bring up is one of them, a Hayward resident, lives in District 4. Brought up the importance of a program called Chief Is My Belief, which is a program put on and sponsored by the International Association of Black Firefighters to help young people in the Black and all communities realize that they too can pursue this career. So I just wanted to spotlight that. I'm going to be looking at a way, since it's an hour and a half, of seeing if I can condense some of that and share some of those moments with you, so that you can take a look at them at your leisure. But I felt I had to talk to them or speak to that today. And with that, we can go to our next slide and I will try to rip through these here. So key priorities. I was not expecting to be standing here today. None of you expected to see me standing, but here I am, right? And how did that, how hopefully you have not, nobody in this room has realized any or noticed a shift or a change in service delivery or performance in the Hayward Fire Department, shifting and transitioning from Chief Contreras, who had been here for 12 years, which I find really hard to believe, to me coming in and trying to keep the ship going and still actually improve as we go. I mean, we have a saying of leave it better than when you found it, and I'm living that right now, trying to do the same. How are we going to handle it when I go? I say really pretty easily. We got a kind of a tradition in the fire service in the Hayward Fire Department where we learn the job above us. Once we become proficient in the job that we're doing, we immediately start to transition into learning what our supervisor or the person directly above us does. Because it makes us better at the job that we do, right? When we can anticipate what the other people are doing, we can work seamlessly. And what's really where you can see that is on the fire ground. Very few words are actually spoken on an active fire or in a really emergency like stat medical call. Because everybody knows what each other's job is. We can look and see what needs to happen and we really anticipate what the next spot is. And that helps us when we fly promotional exams. And that's what we're doing right now in my executive team and my command staff. We're all working together to do this stuff. I obviously don't know everything that I need to do this job. I just have great staff helping me out. And they are the ones who are going to rise up behind me and ensure that the Hayward Fire Department continues to serve the city of Hayward.
2 minutes.
2 minutes? All right. So we need to expand the emergency management division. I'll talk on that a little bit more in the next slide. Standards of coverage study. I'm going to talk about that in another one. Paramedic school implementation. Part of the reason we got some of these great new employees was because we were able to hire EMTs, but that is a commitment that they now have to go to paramedic school. And then the last one, Todd spoke to it a little bit, and I won't talk about it anymore, but we do have some concerns with our fleet, not really due to anybody's fault except for supply chain and workforce in the industry itself of building those. Next slide, please. Pressing issues, standards of cover. This is one of the things that I really hope that we can do within the next year or two, sooner than later. Standards of coverage. As our city manager said, we need to look at how we grow, make sure we have enough people. But one of the things is we need to make sure that we know where to put those people, where to put those resources to make sure that we can work the most efficiently with the people that we have on scene. And if you look right here, just to show you, like, this is the number of new residential units that have come into play just in these 4 districts here just recently. And if you think of like 1,200 units in District 1, there are going to be more than 1,200 people living there, right? At least 2.5 people, maybe more per unit. So just think about that as we're moving ahead. Next slide, please. Pressing issues, increasing wildfire risk. We have the new maps that came out from this CAL FIRE. We will be doing a presentation to the city. It's required that we need to make a presentation to the community on that. And we'll be keeping you informed on that. And we have plans moving forward how to best implement that. But we don't have enough resources to do that right yet. So we will be talking to you a lot about that. And then the next is evaluating the department's expanded scope from the past 5 years. We've really kind of tried to bump up our service level, doing different programs and different things. And under budget constraints nowadays, we need to we're starting to take a look at what our core mission is and where these programs are and whether or not we're going to be able to continue moving on with some of those projects that we started, or if it's time to maybe sort of pause on those and then that's it.
Nice.
Did I make it?
Was that within 5 minutes?
That was, yeah, you sped
Okay, Councilmember Sire.
Thank you for the presentation, Chief Omar. I think, the work that your department is doing is fantastic, and I understand the need to scale our safety staff with our population growth. And I think that's something we're going to chew on between this meeting and the next strategic work session. Would you mind helping wrap one slide, Mary? I mean, the euphemism here around evaluating expanded scope, I think kind of centers on the HEART program, if I'm not mistaken. We heard from Chief Matthews earlier, their perspective on the MET portion of it. I'm less interested in a hard pause, but more so how do we make something like that sustainable? So I'm curious, could you speak to maybe the fire department's perspective on the HEART program and any other programs that, you would consider part of this expanded scope? And maybe some potential recommendations on how to make it sustainable so it's not taking an undue toll on your team.
Yeah, since it is a pilot study, right, we did not hire new permanent staff for that position. So I say the first recommendation would be to come up with a staffing model that is permanent and that would be more financially stable and feasible than what we're using right now. I think that would be number one. And we could work together, I think, in partnership between us, fire management and over 1909, we can come up with a really good plan that will be much more. Number two, I think there are things that are limiting, the who actually reaching its full potential and doing what we want to do. I'd say the first has to do with an agency that we really don't have any control over, and that's our local emergency medical authority, the LEMSA. They have not given us the okay to have the ability to transport folks to an alternate destination. So until they're willing to give us that ability, allow us to do that, we're really not going to be able to do what we want to do by transferring people to the place where they really need to go to get the best service. So that's one. And then another one, we need to, if there's a way that we can help support our dispatch center and continue to grow that and continue to support them as they work towards having the ability to be emergency medical dispatchers. That will be another key piece of this puzzle is to make sure that we can, as calls come in, they can sort through and they can dispatch the MIHU unit appropriately when needed. And then that will keep them from bringing staff like our fire engines and that going out at the same time. It'll help us in that direction. So those are the three things that I would say. So.
Got it, thank you. And I appreciate that insight because I know in the past there's been this desire to go from pilot of Monday through Friday, 24/7. And, in conversations, some of the local 1909, there's a discussion around, some services aren't even open on Sunday or after a certain hour on Saturday. So rather than going 0 to 100, how do we maybe go from, 9 to 4 Monday through Friday to maybe 9 to 5 Monday through Saturday with these changes in mind to make it sustainable and overcome some of the hurdles that are preventing us from actually offering the service that we imagine or that we'd like to offer. So I appreciate some of this collaborative insight. And thank you for your team's work.
That's what we're going.
Thank you so much, Chief Omer, for this great presentation and for the great work of the men and women of the Newark Fire Department. But my question is around, this first pressing issue, which is increasing wildfire risk. While I totally understand wildfire risk, I think actually more about wildfire risk following earthquakes and kind of the compounding impacts of all of that on this community. So as I think about kind of increased wildfire risk, I think every day without that Hayward Fault slipping, we're having an increased earthquake risk as well. So just kind of, as we think about emergency preparedness across the city, not just the city's readiness to respond, but our city's readiness to respond in partnership with all of our partners and the community's readiness to respond, to really be their own cavalry, because we know for an extended period of time after an earthquake, our community is going to have to rely on itself and its neighbors to get through kind of the immediate aftermath. So with all of that being said, what's your perspective on sort of a priority of the city really being to double down on our sort of emergency preparedness activities broadly across our city as a strategic imperative for how it is we need to move forward and for risk we're facing as a community?
All right. So looking at the wildfire risk, my plan with that, or my hope, like in a perfect world, I'll go. One of our neighbors has an emergency management staff of 5 people.
Yes.
To get their stuff done, right? I mean, that's incredible, and I would not ask for that, right? I mean, if you were going to give it to me, I would take it, obviously, and I would use it. But at the bare minimum, what I think we could use is somebody who can manage what you were just talking about, earthquake and disaster preparedness, a wildland urban interface, and they could work together and interface at different opportunities. And then someone who can help us with getting grants to cover all of this work, because it's going to take that. Now, if you take a look at the person that does the emergency management and the person that does the wildland fire, both of those I see working with the community as integral pieces of the puzzle. First one, we've got a pilot program going right now, another pilot, but this is one we're actually doing it. It's just the first one, so I'm calling it a pilot. Our emergency services officer and our public education officer are working with staff from Glad Tidings Church, reaching out and trying to make our first community resiliency hub. All right. And so what that is we're working with them to teach them CERT, and then to figure out what each other's capacity is and make kind kind of social contracts as to when the emergency hits. What is that organization willing to do or able to do, and what support can we bring in there, right? For example, they've got such a large operation there. They've already got ties to the community. The community knows it. They've got kitchens. They've got places where we can do shelter, and they've got places where we can help bring in support afterwards, like say medical or mental health after that, when they're there. And so what we're doing is coming together and figuring, okay, you've got this kitchen. Zach Abadi has been working really hard to figure out how we can procure food from our industrial partners, people who produce food. So when big earthquake comes, we've got partners to get food. Where are we going to bring that food? Well, one of the places we're going to bring it is to the Glad Tidings Church. We've already got those commitments in place. We've got communications and we're ready to roll, right? We've got people who have been taught CERT, who have been taught how to be shelter workers, how to run an emergency kitchen, and then we can support each other to get through that event.
So is that someone's full-time job in the city to do, or is that something that someone just does off the side of their house?
It's one part of the emergency services officer's job, right? I mean, it's just, they're doing the wildfire stuff, they're doing the whole thing. So disaster preparedness, emergency education, all those kind of things. Right now, we've got, I would call it about staff 1.5. Because we've got the emergency services officer, and then we've got the public education officer who runs the CERT program.
Yeah, and then, I guess my last point here, not to belabor it, but I guess Hayward is known around the world because of our fault. It's actually the most studied fault in the world. And I think that we should be known around the world for our preparedness to respond to that fault. So I really do encourage my colleagues to think through how we prioritize, and even the city manager, how we prioritize emergency preparedness is one of the biggest risks that our community faces. And one of the things that we need to really be prioritizing in a very intentional way. So thank you so much, Chief.
Yeah, and I'll just add one stat to maybe leave you all to ponder. FEMA has done an assessment of the most potential hazards in counties around the country. And Alameda County rates number 5 as the most likely to have a potential major disaster. And that is due to both our earthquake and wildfire risk in Alameda County. Not specifically Hayward, but the whole. Yes. So there you go.
So, and Mayor, just have to, oh yeah, like 5, 3 more minutes.
3 more minutes, okay, great, Councilmember, yeah, but thank you. I was wondering, as far as lessons from fires like Palisades fire, and to your point earlier about working with all the other departments, this question of egress from hills is a big, topic for the community up there. Are you working, when there's road safety upgrades and narrowing of roads and stuff like that, are we working closely together so the different departments can make sure we're preparing for that?
I mean, I don't know how the problem is with a lot of the places in the hillsides, and this isn't just in Hayward, this is all over the entire Bay Area and everywhere, right? When they do projects, building homes up in the hills, it's cheaper and easier to make narrow roads. And when they did those back in the day, they weren't thinking about the wildfire threat like they are now, right? So once those roads are in, a lot of them are on hillside and they can't be made wider, right? And Alex will tell you, it's really hard and expensive. People don't want to make roads wider because it costs that much more money, right? And so what the best thing that we could do would be to help enforce and work with people to make sure that those roads that are there have clearance on either side so that they aren't impacted by the fire and right? So I'm going to say that one of the things that we are going to need to do is work on this project through ordinances for fire protection. And like I was talking about with the emergency management stuff with the resiliency hubs, I think we need to start working with communities to make fire safe communities, right? It's how fire can burn. It can burn up to, an area, and we could have, clearance between there. If we have a windy day that blows a spark into a home and catches the home on fire because they haven't done the home hardening, that's where we run into troubles where we have house to house to house burning, right? And it can happen anywhere, really. If we can work with communities, they found that if at least 70 to 80% of the homes in a given neighborhood can provide zone 0 and out, and we can talk about that later, but really what we call wildfire home hardening, then those communities are going to be safe, right? There's, if you want to look it up, I guess I'll leave you with this because we're probably out of time. Look up the red roof house in Maui, and it's a picture that will show up, and it's a house that survived the fire. They were doing it for termites and that kind of stuff, but everything that they did at that home is exactly what we look for in a zone 0 home hardening and defensible space. And you will see that it's the only home in that picture that survived, and that was because they took those steps.
Thank you. And then, I know we need to go, but really quick, I just want to make sure mental health work and health screening work that's going on for the firefighters is still continuing.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, we just did cancer screening, and blood screening is coming up right now. Blood draws are happening.
Good. Glad to hear it. Okay, who's next? Councilmember.
I'll go. So I'll be brief. I just wanted to also make sure that we are reviewing efficiencies with the first program and bringing our county partners on. Also wanted to double tap on what Councilmember Bonnie mentioned regarding urban base. Hopefully with the districts, we can look at the neighborhoods by district, identifying locations like that sites in each district, working with our school partners, whether it's private, charter, public, whatever school, if those facilities are, they usually have capacity for those kinds of things that need to happen in a large facility. I'm also hoping that our hard partners are also working with us to be partners in this. And what was interested in hearing how the Matt and Menace Center, it could also be another location for that area. Also interested in hearing more about the needs of dispatch. You guys all can talk about it in public safety, so I think we can talk all day about this stuff, but I just want to make sure that we are looking at wildfire safety in the sense of also working with our business community as well, because they could be helping. It's great to hear Zach Abadi is working on the food, but also looking at some of the materials and seeing how, if we had to respond to an emergency, or will they have supplies as well? If there's anyone in the industrial area that are manufacturers for that, maybe we can get that as well. Because with the LA fire, they were looking for toiletries more than even food and clothing. They were looking for toiletries. So just making sure we have that on the radar if we have those businesses in our community. So I won't have any questions, but just leave you at that.
Ida. Thank you. Councilmember Goldstein, did you have?
Really quick.
Yes.
So Oakland Fire State Council has training resources, planning, emergency and contingency plans entirely accessible to community members. And so I would just recommend it, if you're not already, letting people know about that. There's an app called is it Duty Watch or Watch Duty or something like that?
Firewatch, but I'm not positive, but yes.
Yeah, so there's an app, and I would strongly recommend getting people in the community to use that because oftentimes there are people monitoring the radios who will then post onto that app, and so people will get many times advance and early warning. So before you have to send officers with loudspeakers to tell people to evacuate, they will already have it on their app. And early planning saves lives, right? So especially up in the hills where the roads are narrow. All right, great. Also, I just wanted to commend you because not only is Hayward Fire Department a leader in training people in the community emergency response team, but also has consistently supported the radio team. And by the way, that radio team, I'm involved with them, and their role is expanded somewhat from just amateur radio, which is a licensed frequency band. Their scope is actually expanded to the non-licensed band. So you're currently exploring how to reach out to FRS, GMRS, and other CB radio to make sure that they all know how to communicate up so that we can get two-way communications down to the neighborhoods when traditional communications fail. So thank you. Appreciate the great listening.
I'm gonna jump in real quick to class with you if you remember this. So you guys have brought up the heart program today in a couple of settings and you know, should we get the next public safety community meeting will be focused on the fires to that. So there will be a something for the N1 committee.
Ready?
Yeah, that was all. Thank you, Mr. Ballhorn.
Thank you.
Back to the mayor.
City manager. See how it goes.
Thank you, Chief Ballhorn. There's a lot of work here also with the fire department, and amongst the many competing priorities is certainly to focus on the built-in escalator that we need so that we can grow the services as our population grows. And the other piece that was not on his presentation, that's very much at the forefront of the city manager and my office, is aligning the city operations with districts. And looking at our stations. So there is that piece.
Good question, and I don't know if the police chief is still on or not, but do we know, I know we're understaffed in both departments, but in the ideal world, are we currently, well, let me ask it this way. What would be the number, or what is the gap in the number currently to have it commensurate with our population? Do we know that number?
We have an idea what that number is as part of the work that we're going to be doing, and it's based on standards, national standards. By certain 1,000 people, you need to have so many firefighters and different types of police officers, and they vary. So we'll get that.
I have that number now, actually, per
For the firefighters?
per NFPA, they recommend one firefighter per 1,000 residents. And right now, we're just about at 0.75 firefighters per 1,000. And it was 0.62, but the engine company and the squad that were recently approved by you brought us up to that 0.75, so.
Great, thank you.
Next, we have our director of information technology.
That's all right. I go by Adam. I can go ahead and we'll just jump into the next slide. Information technology is the underpinning mechanism for every single department in the city. So, you know, we look at ourselves as a positive enabler of everything and a partner with everyone and they're done. What I'm going to do, try to do here in the next less than 5 minutes is go through initially our recent accomplishments. These are our 6 key priorities that we have listed in our strategic plan. Cybersecurity, obviously, I'm not going to dig into there. Data-driven, everything's obviously important with the data, and you've heard many examples of that earlier today. Our hybrid world it creates that ability and functionality that allows us in times of emergency to be able to perform work wherever we are with whatever tools we have at hand. High performance, that's the notion of just always challenging ourselves and looking ahead, not just meeting the current goals, but looking at what's coming up next. And then digital transformation is built off of that. And that's just continuously to look for where are those missed opportunities of optimization and et cetera. And, you know, modernizing, that's much more along the lines of the infrastructure, everything that we rely on from the network to the laptops and all of that. Next slide.
They did the fancy transitions there.
Mr. IT, they know.
That's right. We wanted to share this as an example of in-flight projects. IT currently has 18 staff. Of that 18 staff, less than half are working on 27 projects right now, on top of supporting all the systems that they're a part of. 7 are on hold and 23 other ones requested. I heard about 18 others asked for so far this morning.
Do you need more work?
Yeah, it's what I'm trying to make the example of here. So I use that to just speak to the small and mighty. This exceptionally committed team accomplishes. It is amazing. And, just as the recent example that you're aware of, how quickly everyone jumps in at any time in the middle of whatever they're doing to get things done. And it's just, an honor to represent them and, a privilege to see what's capable of and what you're capable of when you empower your people. Next slide. Looking forward, some of these questions are raised by asking some of the departments, some of the things that they're working on. So they've spoken to it. So I won't spend a lot of time on this one. You had asked even Sarah around just technology implementations. They're not putting in new things, but EnerGov keeps improving and we keep chasing those improvements or helping per department. That's just one example. ERP, the finance system. We know that it's not where we want to be at, where we want to be at. Moving on to a new system and or improving the system is not as straightforward, as simple as we'd all like. It is an exceptionally difficult tool set to find where you can find the customer who's happy with theirs, A, and then find one that you can afford, B. ITS management, I can jump through planning or permitting, phone system. We're moving to a far more digital forward phone system. Our phone system dates many years ago. So that's the desk phones and things and to improvements there. I can't get into the security enhancements, but I guarantee they've happened more than times 5, but those are the major projects. A lot of small things happen along the way. And we're looking at a hazmat system replacement and fire staffing to the cloud. And then an area that we're excited to move into, and it's just got its toddler legs under it, is IT governance. Kind of the notion of balancing those 27 requests and not just listening to the loud voice, but working through the objectives of the council, the city manager, the department heads, and getting everyone in a room kind of hashing out the prioritization of things, as well as the resource constraints that come with it. And it just has been kicked off, but really isn't in progress as of yet. It will be soon. Next slide. What are our real big current projects that we're working on? We have this thing called Tech Excellence, where we brought in a partner to help us really drive the next level of just day-to-day technicians. The individuals that you have come work on your computers and come work on the police cars, the fire trucks and things like that, just challenging what does excellence look like in that group. AI is on here twice. Obviously, AI is huge right now. One of the areas that we're looking at is around the AI policy. A lot of cities have adopted some initial frameworks. We're analyzing those frameworks and seeing what we can apply it to Hayward. And then just AI pilots of where we can implement it and work within the partners that exist that offer AI solutions. Driving AI solutions directly from within the city is extremely expensive. So we have to look at partners to do so. Acceptable computer use policy. This hasn't been updated it hasn't been updated in many years. And so we're doing a comprehensive review of that. And then offboarding is just another area of partner with HR because they've done exceptional work on the offboarding process and training process. Now we look at the next phase of when all those lucky individuals get to retire and move on to exciting new things. With that, I'm on to questions and answers.
So I'll lead this off before I start with Councilmember Bonilla. And I know the city manager or the city clerk's office is also involved with this. We really need to get the dais operationalized with the voting system and all this. We're now, and I understand that the city clerk is in conversation with the vendor, but it has gotten to a point now where it is completely unacceptable that we can't even vote on the dais. And I don't know of another service that we don't get 100% of the service and we're still paying 100% of the price. And anyways, that is my pet peeve right now. And I know the city clerk is working on this, but we really need to figure this out. That's just a statement. But anyways, Councilmember Boucher.
Where's your question?
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you for this report. When you went on the recent accomplishment slide, when you talked about kind of the hybrid world, I was still a little unclear. Is that sort of the hybrid hosting world in IT? Because it says GIS to the cloud, so that
So it's all of that. It's taking a lot of what we have in that's on-prem, moving into the cloud, but it's also creating opportunities for access for individuals so that then when they after hours or traveling or whatever, they have access to it and can meet immediate demand of things.
I see. So it's both. It's like the hybrid workforce and then the hybrid tech and hosting. And everything. Okay. And then I was just sort of thinking about more tight security controls and where that comes into play. So like, password rotations or, changing those more often, what we can and can't access on our computer, like personal email, taking our computers out of the country and still be able to log in. Just wondering generally, what are your thoughts also kind of around, and maybe that's in your acceptable use, and I guess that's what my question is that a part of your sort of acceptable use analysis you're going to be doing to look at how we kind of maybe tighten down or put some more security controls in the environment?
Yeah, it's part of the combination of the two, the security assessments that we've done, the partners we work with, looking at what's capable within the tool sets that we have. It's on the surface sounds simplistic. In the actuals becomes very difficult in some of the implementation, just around even just like I can't share here, but I can give you some examples just even around the email side and some of the challenges we're running into, just clamping down a few pieces around that. Okay, so you have the vendor limitations as well as the security operational pieces that you'd like to do. But it is something we ask everyone that comes in and we bring in to look at our environment and challenge us. Like find those pieces that we're missing, because we're not afraid to make changes and improvements. And we know that everyone's going to have a blind spot. Let's continue to bring these partners in that can help us identify them.
Okay, that sounds good. And then I loved the focus on AI in your department. I would kind of like to see that broadened across all of our city departments. AI or technology as a strategic enabler for cost reduction, I think should be one of the primary ways that we look at leveraging technology in the future and future projects, especially in collaboration with these broader budget discussions. But thank you so much for the great work that you do here. I know IT underpins everything in the city like HR, and if it wasn't for the great work that you were doing, we wouldn't be here today even be able to conduct this meeting. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Councilmember Sire.
Thanks, Mayor. Thank you for the presentation. I just want to echo Councilmember Bonilla's comments here. I really see IT as part of our public safety infrastructure. I mean, if something hits the fan, we need to be able to communicate with each other, and your department helps make that possible. I was curious, I had asked questions around Access Hayward earlier. I just wanted to hear your perspective. I know it wasn't on the looking forward list, but just wanted to get your sense of it.
Yeah, so that project's driven city manager's office, and I believe that they're going to have that on their deck.
Okay.
We're obviously a very close partner in it. We've done a lot of the technological research around it, the vendor evaluation, and we've done some testing around it as well. And so, yeah, we'll be right there partnered with them because it's a solution set that covers every aspect of the city. And, we understand the importance of it.
That's great. And then I'm excited to see online permitting upgrade on here as well. When I talk to certain developers, there's a frustration around, slowness of process, which obviously we need to take our time to make sure things are up to code. But what does it look like for us to improve that user experience with our developers? Something I'm interested in. Is that what this refers to, this online?
Well, it's keeping up with whatever the vendor offering is.
Okay.
Sarah and her team do an exceptional job of looking at the procedural side of things,
Yeah.
improving that. We're looking at the technological side, and whenever there is it interfaces with our ERP system.
Mhm.
So making sure that interface stays current, and so they're able to continue to do the transactions they need to. All those things continue to continuously evolve.
Okay, great. And then just a quick comment on AI is, I do agree with Councilmember Bonilla that we want to be looking at ways to leverage this technology. And I'm excited to see what kind of policy you bring forward as you do some more research. I'm also okay with being a little bit of a late adopter in this space. We're seeing the market mature. We're seeing new models come out that use a fraction of the energy cost and cost a fraction of the dollar amount, some models that we're seeing. So Just wanted to be very deliberate about making that decision and having it be driven more by the need that we're seeing or use cases that we're seeing emerge that could be maybe automated or streamlined with AI rather than just, blanket subscribing to something before we know what we want to do with it. So yeah, just continuing to be thoughtful around AI, but I very much understand and also echo the desire to want to figure out how to make use of that technology to realize some savings. Thank you.
Councilmember Goldstein.
Yeah, thank you. You do a great job with technology and it shows. So the collaboration and helpfulness that we get from your staff has always been top notch. And that is definitely a culture thing that you drive. That part's clear. So thank you for that and also for driving excellence. Sometimes you get one or the other. You don't get both. You're doing both. I really appreciate it. I have some recommendations that I think if it's okay, I will send to you an email and copy city manager. So I can take up time.
Great, thank you. Councilmember Andrews.
Yes, I know this is been brought up in the past, but wanted to see if I can get just a quick update or the response to this. Is obviously fiber has been something that the business engagement has brought up over the years. And I understand the city of Palo Alto might have a project that's another type, but it is $140 to $60 million. So just want to give an update to the business community about that's how much it's costing, at least what's been posted. But wanted to see if we can work with the business community to get it privately funded or partner with the city in joint private partnership. I'm not sure if that's even possible, but this is something that continues to come up for us. So.
Yeah, and we're far from alone in that. San Jose has spent hundreds of millions of dollars trying to find different ways to create competition for Comcast in their city. So it isn't even a scale issue. It is a funding issue. It's a partnership issue. We have had multiple conversations over the years between the utilities department and the IT department. We have tried to find ways that can make it work without significant city investment, and it is beyond difficult to get to that place. We're talking billions of dollars for a lot of these places. I don't know where Hayward would fall, but it's well into the multiples of hundreds. You can look at a grant that we got many years ago to try to implement it, and that ran over by 100% of its budget just for a couple miles of things. And that's not even all of the other infrastructure that comes with it.
Okay, thank you. And then I also want to give a little bit of grace for the finance and IT department. ERP is a very complicated system. It is not the easiest to overhaul. It's not the easiest to find a solution. This is across multiple jurisdictions and agencies. So just want to give cover, give grace until they find a solution. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Kostrosek. Thank you very much.
All right.
Look, I'll practice my pronunciation.
It only took me 4 years.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate all the work that's being done with IT. You should know that they introduced me to the team. They made a video that was very impressive, and I hope to share with the council.
Oh, okay.
It's a very impressive video that really encapsulates the work that they're doing and why it matters. I think for information technology, as Adam and I are having some conversations with our leadership team, I have to acknowledge that in Hayward, unlike other places that I understand, the IT department performed tremendously. They did a Herculean effort to respond and provide technology and resources and adapt and pivot during the COVID pandemic. It was amazing. And now, what I say, which they look at me, but what I say is now we need to follow with policy. So it's not like in other places, technology is ahead of policy. So now we're going to be doing some reconnaissance work to see what are the right policies that continues to allow for the innovation and piloting new technology, but also protects the city and protects the employees and contributes to the culture that we want to see here. Just because you have the video does not necessarily mean that you should be taping it. Just little things like that. But I'm looking forward to working with them in figuring out what is the body policy work that we need to do. Small little things.
Well, our next presenter is the almighty, the all-knowing, the mayor of C Street. Our library director, Gentia Ashton.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, City Council members, for letting me speak today. I do want to start by saying that I have real gratitude for all of our department heads. Our library works with every single department in the city. And in some ways, not just finance and HR helping us do our work, but, we work with fire department with presentations, we work with development services on permits for programs. So literally, we work with every single department. So I really want to express my gratitude to all of them. But I do want to give a special shout out to 3 departments. IT, obviously underpinning everything we do in the library depends on IT. Thank you very much. But also maintenance services and legal. And many people don't realize maintenance, obviously, we have many issues. We have growing safety issues. So that's a big thing, really. Thank you to Todd's staff. And legal, people don't realize how many legal issues we deal with. And really, Michael Watson's team has been outstanding in supporting us. Just want to mention that a bit. So with that, and just going to our So we obviously, as far as the strategic roadmap goes, we are pretty much on track for most of our projects. So just talk about some of the accomplishments we've had this last year. As far as library use goes, we literally exceeded all of our target areas. Every single target area we exceeded very considerably. And this is not just that we were doing very low estimates. We weren't being conservative. We were actually being what we thought was realistic. But our staff have just stepped up. And so we've done a really super job in reaching all our target areas. Mobile outreach and mobile outreach services have really increased. We continue to get demands for Kirby at every event almost at the city, and it's become pretty much impossible for us to respond to every one of them. We are getting a new bookmobile. Well, it's going to be a techmobile, and delivery is expected next month. And our new techmobile will be called Mobi, Kirby Mobi. And then Weeks Branch, we completed the plans, we obtained funding. I'm really proud of the staff, for the team, that we really, every single penny that is being spent on the Weeks Branch renovation has been obtained from outside sources. So that's really a big thing. And then we completed a strategic plan. I did do a presentation on that to the City Council. Pressing issues. I think safety and security is our number one challenge. This is not just, distress and really concerning for us, but it also is a real drain on resources. There is no simple solution to it, but I just want you to be aware that it's really a huge concern for staff. We have constant, what we call incidents in the library. We have constant calls out to fire department, to police department. We now have security guards in both buildings, but it is really not enough. Both of our security guards have been physically assaulted, and as have staff have had attacks made towards them, but which we were able to stop. So this is something really of major concern. It is a concern throughout the Bay Area, but we really are feeling it a lot. Resources, our per capita staffing levels, as well as our per capita materials budget, continues to remain well below that of neighboring libraries. But I do want to thank you. You did come through and give us the extra money last year, and I just appreciate that very much. Expanding hours continues to be one of the big concerns for our community. It is, you have talked about this. We have been trying to look at ways to do this and try to come up with a good proposal for you. Social services libraries there is the issue of mission creep. All of us have seen that. Libraries have become pretty much the front line for all social services. It's a simple thing, we accept it. We just try to find ways to do it. We continue to build partnerships to serve the community. And again, this is something we really have to think about how we're going to continue to serve the communities. And meeting and programming spaces, this is something that our community has talked about many times. The demand is so great. I can't even tell you in our community. And we are, as a library and a city, we all try to use these same spaces. The competition, it's really hard to talk about. I'll tell you a simple example is when we built the downtown library, there's a children's story area. All of you have seen it. It's a beautiful story area built for about 100 people. Our story times, we are so successful, 150 to 200 people is the normal attendance. So now we have to take over the meeting room. Well, then it becomes another competition. We're trying to find ways not to use the meeting room. So these are just things, your success becomes your greatest enemy, but it's a good sign, but it is something for us to think about. I know the issue of Heritage Plaza is an ongoing one also. It's something we have to talk about, think about it holistically. How do we serve the community well within our resources and also successfully trying to find that balance? Let's see. So for us, outstanding service, we really get a completely good response from the community. This is one of my favorite comments I got recently from the public. I love the library more than roast beef.
Thank you for telling my name.
We do have really positive response from the community. I just love this. It just made me laugh, made my day. And we actually responded and said, we love you more than roast beef. To our patrons. But we pride ourselves on our outstanding customer service, and this is just our focus. And our mission does say we are now an education city. Obviously, the library plays a huge role in this. But our mission, one of the things we say very specifically, is to contribute to the success of a thriving Hayward. Our goal is really for Hayward to thrive. How we do it, we will work that out, but we have to support Hayward in every way possible to help our community thrive, and that's what the library is about. With that, thank you from all of us for your support and encouragement, as we really do appreciate everything from all of the departments and all of you on the dais. Thank you so much. And with that, I will take any questions you have.
Councilmember Andrews.
The mayor just told me us more speaks more than the library.
To correct the record, I will go that far.
Or with me.
Thank you for your presentation, all the work you do in our community. Saturdays, they're popping at the library, so I just wanted to say a lot of people with kids really value what you all do there every weekend. It's amazing, and during the week. Wanted to also talk about some of the safety issues at the library. Even when weeks is closed, there's safety issues, and just wanted to hear what are some of the things when weeks opens, how are we going to address that? And then also, I have been hearing about like small fires happening near libraries in the parking lot. So wanted to see if you've been partnering with PD, the fire department. Will also make a comment. This is one of the reasons why we do need to have a downtown beat, because we do have a very important service provider here with library services that's being impacted by some of the things we're seeing downtown. And then the last question I have is about Heritage Plaza, and I understand we don't want to inundate you with more programming, given that you're doing so much inside the building, but what are some things we can do outside the building so we can activate that space? And have you also thought about working with groups like the HIA to program that space where it's not such a burden on the library to do that? So just wanted to hear your thoughts on those questions.
But thank you. I've tried to be brief. Yes, our safety and security, as I mentioned, is a huge issue. Weeks, so, we were hoping to get our weeks renovation completed by the end of March. We have had so much vandalism, our lion was, someone, I think, took a baseball bat or something and smashed the lion. First, we put up a chicken wire fence around it, did not help. We've got a chicken wire fence around the whole building. It is cut almost every single day. And now we have around the line, we have a wooden kind of a frame to just protect it as well as we can. But this is a huge challenge for us. Again, we're working a PD. They are out there every night. And I know we talked about this issue. Director Bowser talked about, when you have 20 minutes after you've asked a group to move, they're back. And that's exactly the same problem we are facing. Fires, we try to work with heart. Again, this is not just us, it is the whole park. We have South Haven Parish every Thursday when they film in that building. It is ridiculous what's happening at the library. So yes, we can improve things. I hope it will be a lot better. And a lot of the public will come in at that time after we do the renovation. But this is we have to find a long-term solution, and it's not going to happen simply with us and the city. It has to be done all around. There are, even downtown here, we do have fires. We have it is again, we are working on it. Maintenance, I really feel for our team. They're out there, they are hosing the place down. It just is continuous. As far as Heritage Plaza, this has been a difficult challenge for us because we really don't have the bandwidth to take it on. One of the things we did commit to was that we, as the library, will do 4 major programs on Heritage Plaza in the year annually. So we do have our trunk or treat, we have the link, and then we do a couple of others. One of them this year we're going to do in June. We're partnering with San Francisco Opera to bring La Boheme there. 2 days we will have free opera in the park, and so we're really working hard to do good big programs over there. We've got a lot of mixed response from the community. There are some groups that want to do programs, but there's a lot of the community that wants the green space there, that they can just come, lay out a picnic, have a picnic with their families. So I think we have to think about, how do we serve the community? Do we have enough spaces for programs? Do we have enough happening on B Street? Do we want to take Heritage Plaza over? Heritage Plaza does not have restrooms. They depend on the library. This becomes a big issue for us also, keeping the library restrooms clean, so I think we're thinking of it holistically. We just have to find a solution. The library cannot take it on. I will say that in all honesty, unless we get more resources. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Councilmember Bonnie.
Thank you. Thank you so much for the presentation. I just love the libraries. I was actually there last week checking out some books for a read-in that I did for one of the classes, and your libraries were super helpful. And then, I used to work at the Weeks Branch Library way back in the day, I think in 2002 or 2001.
Hey, it was long time ago.
I noticed when I was at the main library that half of the people that I worked at the Weeks Branch still worked at the library today. I was like, oh my God, the tenure of the library must be 20 or 30 years. It must be forever. But at any rate, the things that I did want to say, my questions were, so the public safety committee that the council has isn't just for police and fire, right? It's meant to broadly understand public safety issues across the city that need to raise to council's attention. And, safety being the #1 issue at the library, I do want to see, I know you're doing a lot of great work and you explained it, but I would really like to see a safety and security plan for the library come to the Public Safety Committee. And I would like to see that plan be created in collaboration with all of the departments that are here, others, I'd like to see South Hayward Parish come to the table and whoever else needs to be a part of the safety plan. But I would like to see that come back to the Public Safety Committee just to really make sure that this precious gem that we have in the community isn't necessarily, I would hate to see us have to further limit access to the library because of safety issues. And then I would hate to see staff issues because of safety issues. And if safety is the #1 issue, then I think we need to double down and make sure that we're, and I know you're already doing it, but I would just like to see how we could even help you prioritize and bring other resources to the table to help improve safety of our libraries. And then the next question I had was, or actually, I guess the only question I had, because that was more of a comment, is when I was in the library, I went on a Friday and it was 11 o'clock, right? And it wasn't totally full, people were available and it just felt really comfortable to be in there. And I was wondering, would we ever like shift library hours to like not open so early, but to be open later? Or I guess, what are your thoughts around that? I'm sure you've given some thought to it.
Yeah, it's a really good question, and that is one of the, if you're talking of Sundays, evening hours, that some of it may end up being shifting hours. We also do, one of the questions and challenges we have also, we have a large neurodiverse community who really want quiet in the libraries, which is almost impossible nowadays in public libraries. So trying to find that balance between having quiet times in the library when people can come in, when groups can come in, classes come in, and so really trying to find that balance. But it is something we looked at and how we serve the community. But I will tell you, sometimes it looks like it's quiet, but you be underneath, behind the scenes, and like our study rooms, they are constantly full with the people who are looking for that quiet space. So it's hard to give that up.
Yeah, and it's so interesting because like you were saying, the library deals with so many diverse social service issues. Like when I was there was somebody who came in asking for direction somewhere else in downtown. Someone else came in looking for a job. Someone else came in that just got into like a domestic violence issue. And they just bring all of that to like the staff that's there, and the staff seem to be very responsive and know how to plug them into resources. So just wanted to acknowledge sort of this transition of the library kind of initially wanting to be this 21st century learning center to really this 21st century community center almost. Now we're community/resource/learning center. It's kind of a catch-all for all of our wide breadth of community needs in the city.
Actually, call ourselves now the 21st century community hub and learning center. So
There it goes.
Yeah.
Great. Thank you so much.
Yeah, and we've brought 21st century because we're so far into it already.
And, also just to add to that, on Wednesday, we had at the HLAC meeting, Councilmember Roach and I were, we were given a rather stern talking to by one of the school district trustees for why not the library wasn't open longer and so forth. And, it made me, one of my responses was, as the city is reimagining all of our social institutions, like, libraries and police department, fire department, and so forth, it was also, this could also be an opportunity that all of our institutions in the city sort of reimagine services and programs. For example, library services, while the city might have a library in two places in the city, the school district has a library in virtually every neighborhood in the city. And, if we are to talk about reimagining, reimagining facilities, they too can open up their libraries because their libraries are closer. They're more, they're in virtually every neighborhood. And some neighborhoods, there's 3 libraries in those neighborhoods. So as much as we are reimagining and as much as that we are testing and pushing the limits to meet these service demands, equally speaking, I think some of our partners also need to have the same amount of creativity and innovation and do their part too. So Councilmember Root.
Thank you. Yes, I agree with what you said. I love everything the library does. I'm the liaison to the commission and the library. And we talk about it small but mighty. I mean, I know your staff may be a little bit bigger, but you do so much. And I'm so appreciative because there's always great new ideas, but it's just always a question of staffing and including the hours. And I had a similar question about shifting hours. So you can't add hours, or you would have to find a more creative way to do that. So, maybe, I know you've talked about this, maybe one day a week, adding some programming, if everyone knows Tuesday come in, that kind of thing. And anyway, I know you're working on that. I appreciate that. And yes, so the public safety stuff, we got an update at the last commission meeting that like the Weeks Library can't even keep glass on the Patrick side of the library because it gets busted every time it goes up. So I do agree, it's a huge issue. We need to keep working with HLAC, we need to keep working with South Hayward Parish because if we're gonna put these great new renovations in, which I know are coming, we have to continue to try to protect the staff and the patrons and the library itself. Yeah, I love the idea of us having maybe a portion of our public safety meeting talking about this stuff because it will continue to be brought downtown as well. And it's real for you and staff, and it's for the people that we want to continue to attract to the library. Okay, as far as questions, how's the cafe doing?
Cafe is doing very well. People in fact have, it's sort of had its own soft opening. We're having, the actual ribbon cutting on the first Saturday in April. I believe it's the 5th of April.
Okay.
So I will be sending word out.
Okay.
That, yes.
Okay. Great. And I know I stopped by, but I'm really glad to see that space filled again. And are they just library hours?
No, they are not exactly like that.
Okay.
Open earlier and they close earlier. So, they're serving the community from what we can see very well. We haven't heard complaints from the public about them not being open late hours when we are still open.
Okay.
Okay, if they're doing a good job.
Great. And then, talking about the 21st Century Community Learning Center, one of the exciting things we heard at the last commission meeting was also this new hub space. And I was wondering if you just say a few words about that.
Absolutely. So, when the library was built, it was built with all of these technology places like a video lab, the audio lab and all these things. And of course, the pandemic hit. And so we had to pivot and we really did rethink all of our spaces. And one of the things as we're coming as we have come out of the pandemic is how do we serve the community? So one of the rooms we have taken it over as a community hub. It'll probably be opening in April. But what it is we're partnering with all of our social services agencies and different groups. And that room is going to be where they can come. And so we will have them scheduled and each day will be sort of focused on a specific aspect. So one might be on children's services, one day might be on housing, housing security. So all of the different topics, and then you can just see who's going to be. Is it going to be First Bible there? Is it going to be, Kidango? I'm just throwing that out as examples. Is it going to be Tiburcio Vasquez? The different groups will come in. They'll have 2 hours, 3 hours, depending. And so the community can come in and talk directly to them rather than always talking through us.
Yeah, no, thank you. I thought that was a really exciting new development that I wanted to be aware of. Thank you. Let's see. That's it. Yeah, that's all I have. Thank you so much.
Councilmember Syra.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Director Alvin. We can spend all day lavishing the library with praise. Appreciate the work you and your team do. When I'm looking at these pressing issues, I just think, yes, I think you hit the nail on the head. Everything in here feels exactly like what the library should be focusing on as we look at what the next iteration or the future progress for the library looks like. Of course, we take safety and security very seriously. I really support the idea of bringing that before the Public Safety Committee and us having a comprehensive plan. How we work with our partners. I know you're giving a lot of thought to it, so I'm eager to hear how that conversation progresses. I wanted to echo the mayor's point around collaborating with some of our partners. I've personally been a little frustrated with what does it mean to access HARP's meeting space, right? We have this huge demand for meeting space, but there's multiple agencies, and as a resident or from the end user perspective, they might not know that HART isn't part of the city government, right? We've heard complaints about HARTs all the time in some of our meetings. What does it look like for us to coordinate maybe a unified system with them, right? And I know it's not necessarily, or it shouldn't necessarily be our responsibility, but I'm wondering how we lead in this area to help, relieve some of the pressure on the library. If it was clearer through some kind of unified system or just clearer communication on the library website, there are other meeting spaces across jurisdictions that other folks have access to that might help, relieve some of the burden that you're experiencing on a day-to-day basis. I'm very supportive of trying to figure out how to bring in Sunday hours and that conversation progressing. Very sensitive to, and I appreciate you sending that data from our last presentation around how short-staffed you are compared to neighboring cities given the population that we have. So you're really doing quite a lot with very little bit. That does not go unnoticed. And I'm really supportive of your focus on these issues and really encourage us, the council, to figure out if there are things we want like Sunday hours, I think it's incumbent on us to figure out how to staff that. So thank you for all your hard work. I'm kind of just echoing what you said here, but just letting you know that it's very well received, and we're good. I think we're committed to working on these issues with you.
Thank you, Kurt. With all of my colleagues, but especially in the area of kudos to the library. It is such a joy to go into that building, and not just because of the fantastic space that it is, but because of the people there. You and your staff are always so nice and accommodating and helpful. And it really shows it's definitely a quality operation and something to be proud of. In fact, I am very proud of our library. It's one of the things when I'm talking to people about about our city. It's one of the first things I bring up, parks in the Hayward Public Library. It's really outstanding. I like using the online resources. For a number of years. I've used it to check our catalog, and if we have access to a resource, it's so easy to take advantage of that with the online resource. So I appreciate making that available. As Son pointed out, however, that he's not able to find any of his textbooks. Now, he's in college, so, maybe that's not the clientele we're after, but just wondering if you have any plans to add textbooks.
Yeah, so we don't. I will say public libraries by and large, we stay away from textbooks. One thing is they are so expensive. They change every year. It's really hard for us to keep up. And that is something we expect the academic libraries to do, to, provide that. So it is not something we plan to take on, and it's really not a goal of ours. If we had unlimited resources, that might be something we could take on. Look, honestly, but the textbooks are just so ridiculously expensive and change so fast that we really have no way to include that. And we don't even want to create that expectation that they can come in and find their textbooks.
Well, I'm feeling the burden, so.
Yeah.
Well, but and also, we can't take the responsibility off of the university either. I mean, if you're talking about textbooks, universities get licenses for that, and
We should talk more about that.
yeah.
I was a security guard once. Yeah, 19 years old. You know what they teach you? They teach you how to operate a gun and basically how to wear a uniform with a little bit of pride. You know what they don't teach you? It's customer service. They don't teach you how to deal with mental health issues. And so I would strongly recommend when you take up that topic in the Public Safety Committee, you consider making sure that the security guards get some training on how to treat people, because it'll go a long way to protecting them as well as, continuing to provide great outcomes.
If I may, I really want to give credit to our security team. We have worked extensively with them. We have put them through training. We have an outstanding team working with us in the library. And we really talked to them about de-escalation. Always de-escalate. And so every one of our staff was trained on de-escalation and how to respond, as are all of our security guards. And if you come in, you will see we really have outstanding security guards. I just want to give them credit. At both times they were attacked, physically attacked. It was unprovoked. So.
Okay. All right, I stand corrected, and I apologize for trying to be us, but absolutely no knowledge and understanding.
He works with us on this. It's really the way our response is quite different from the rest of.
Well, I'm glad things have changed in the last 40 years. Because 40 years ago, yeah, that was totally the.
Okay, so thank you. The librarian is the greatest person in downtown Hayward.
I would say the librarian represents the library.
Thank you very much. Okay, so it is 1:39, and we have just a few more departments to go. The city clerk has to leave at 2:00 because if she doesn't get to where she needs to go, the entire organization that she belongs to will fall apart. But I promised the city clerk and the city manager that we can power through the remaining departments with very few questions. And if we have any questions, we can take care of those offline, or we can email them or something. But at least we can get through these presentations in the next 10, 15 minutes. Is that okay? Yeah. Madam City Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good afternoon, everyone. I could stay until consent. And I'm going to vote quickly. I know that the city clerk's office doesn't have a specific project under the city's strategic roadmap, but we partner with IT and the Community Media Relations Division related to customer service and trying to streamline that process. So regarding that project that is on the strategic roadmap, I wanted to tell you it's in progress, and this relates to the objective to assess additional meeting locations with hybrid capacity for council and commission meetings. So that's the project that we have in the strategic roadmap. So that goal in progress. I just wanted to let you know that during the workshop that we had to conduct related to district elections, we identified one site at Chabot College, the Chabot College Event Center. And we were able to confirm that that location is equipped with technology and that potentially we could have a city council meeting in the community. So again, that goal is in progress. We hope to say more in future months. To the slide that you have on screen. So pretty much the work that we do in the office aligns with all projects that are on the strategic roadmap. Perhaps not all of them, but I know that we are a service department, not only to the community, but to each department. And for that, I also wanted to appreciate the partnership with each department at the city. So with this, I'm not going to go in detail. I know that in a couple of weeks, I will be providing a full report to the city council with all the accomplishments for the year. If we go to the next slide, please. So here are some of the accomplishments. Well, the district election project was not on the strategic roadmap. We had to, as every department, we had to adjust and we had to take that on in collaboration with other departments. And I'm just saying that we had to meet all the legal requirements to transition to district elections. We were also successful in partnering with the Alameda County Register of Voters as it relates to the November election. As you know, the election starts with the nomination process, and it goes all the way to the certification of election results. And that is work that goes as far as my office, that is work that we have to handle. And not only with the election of 4 council members, but related to the ballot measure. And I think some of you are very familiar with the requirements related to arguments, meeting deadlines that we have to abide by the state regulated and also according to local rules that we have in place. As it relates to records management, we continue to do the work. Last year we had we partnered with every department pretty much to identify records that were eligible for destruction, and we had to follow a retention schedule that we have in place. There's a policy and there's a schedule. So we did some work related to that. And I just wanted to highlight that because that is in partnership with every department. Next slide, please. And now moving forward and the work that we have to do. As you know, I have new employees and the development of those employees is now a priority in my office. And obviously the district election brought to us a project. We need to create a website that is user-friendly so that our community members know how to find our district. We are also planning to create a campaign in partnership with the library and other departments and going to the community and informing them about district elections in preparation of the November 2026 election. And also you see as the last bullet there related to the work that we do to manage the requests that we receive. But every year we receive more and more PRA requests, and we have to find a way to pretty much address requests that come into our office. So I just wanted to highlight those. I know there's more that we do in my office, but as it relates to the strategic roadmap, I just wanted to highlight those down there. And I'm happy to take questions, Mayor.
I don't think there's going to be any questions, Madam City Clerk. But thank you very much.
I know.
I know next on the agenda is the city manager's office. What I was going to ask the city manager if we can pause you for a moment and then move up the city attorney and then have you be, as they call the closer. Okay, Mr. City Attorney.
Greetings, Mayor and Council. Staff, we're here. City Attorney's Office, also known as the Department of Health.
That's cybersecurity.
We provide advisory services, transactional services, and we manage claims and litigation. We have a strong team and we have a strong bench. Small but mighty. Paul, thank you for coining that phrase. And it's almost every department down here. We partner with and support all departments, the council, and commissions. Here's just a summary of high-level activities during 2024. We converted to districts. Thank you, Miriam, for going into detail. We resolved the dispute around the Alameda County Assessment Center. We settled a dispute with the Union Pacific Railroad, which is significant as it involves several departments. Not everybody knows about it, but it was significant. We've managed the Brown Act. Just as an example, when we opened the meeting and we called a closed session around the cyber event, the Brown Act was amended in January to specifically allow closed sessions related to cyber events. The council has just updated the commission handbook. A lot of work went into that. Thank you for leading that initiative, Regina and Miriam, that was done. I particularly enjoyed working with the task force to convert that to a commission because it's been an issue for the last 10 years or so. One of my staff members worked with PD on negotiating a substation lease at Southland Mall. Next slide. Number 7. We've just brought closure to the cyber event in July 2023, affecting about 40,000 people around the country in Puerto Rico. Sort of bringing closure required strict regulatory compliance. Almost done with that. Just a variety of other things. Let me just point to say, number 11, we work with PD around confiscating weapons from people involved in domestic violence incidents. Really important for personal and family safety. Next slide. So just looking at some 5-year trends based on our data. Working with the city clerk, we manage claims. Claims generally, about 95% of claims are resolved either through rejection or settlement. But the value of claims has gone up significantly through the pandemic up until this point. And those values are increasing not only in terms of dollar value, but in terms of percentage value. The values just going up, even though we have the same kinds of claims, the values are increasing. Lawsuits have increased. During the pandemic, when courts were closed, it appeared that there was not a lot of activity, but post-pandemic, it's just exploded. We have an overall increase in the cost of litigation, whether we're doing it in-house or with outside counsel. Next slide. Cost of insurance coverage, as you know, has exploded. We have excess coverage for claims involving general liability, police practices, property loss, and cyber risk. Those are the drivers in the increase of coverage. But over the last 10 years, our cost of coverage for excess insurance has increased by 6-fold. but below our self-insured deductible, where 95% of our claims and litigation is resolved, has also continued to increase. So looking into the next fiscal year, our excess coverage will probably increase from about 5.6 million to 9.1 million. That's a 38% increase just in 1 year, but it's increased sixfold in the last 10 years. Below the SIR, the 95% of claims and litigation is an additional $2 to $3 million a year for settling those lower value claims. Last slide. But it's still the best city. Questions?
I don't think there's any questions. I don't know. I have one. Councilmember Sire, okay.
I have witness.
Oh, okay.
Just a quick.
Okay, yeah, go right ahead.
Thank you for the report. When I'm seeing the 9.1 cost and I'm seeing 95% are below that for 2 to 3 million, it makes me wonder if we didn't pay for that, let's say additional $3 million in insurance, that sounds like those savings would cover 95% of what we're dealing with already. I mean, I'm trying to figure out the cost benefit here, because we're talking about a $3 million increase from this year to next year, which is very significant.
One of the ways that we've addressed that is if we just sort of look at our own personal insurance coverages, let's say our auto insurance, we have what's called deductibles. So we have deductibles in this kind of coverage. We started with a $250,000 deductible for those high value claims 10 years ago. We've increased that to 1 million as a way of trying to sort of contain the overall coverage. But the industry is moving faster. We cannot keep up with ourselves. It is not sustainable, but it's also, there's not an alternative, unfortunately. What's driving those increases, police practices liability around the country, wildfires, and in Hayward. And the 38% I'm talking about does not even include the wildfires in Los Angeles or Southern California just this past year. And cyber risk is probably the fastest increasing line of coverage. It's unsustainable, but all of us who own homes also have or cars have the same kinds of challenges.
Thank you.
Thank you. I just wanted to thank the city attorney's office and city attorney Lawson, because so often, we just interact with your department on some of the high profile cases, but the vast majority of your work is sort of going on seamlessly. And so thank you for what you're doing to protect this liability.
I echo what Councilmember Rich said, but just kind of going back to the cost of coverage for a second, because I'm trying to get my head wrapped around this. So basically next year, we can be looking at up to a $4 million increase just in our coverage costs, plus an additional $2 to $3 million in increases to resolve cases under the limit. So potentially we could be looking at a $7 million additional allocation for legal issues next year.
Just to be clear, the budget amount under the excess coverage is pretty predictable, and that's budgeted in the risk fund. It does increase, but it's a sort of a manageable increase. It's a 38% in the excess coverage that is almost unmanageable, and that will increase from 5.6 million to 9.1 million.
So for the 95, where it says which limit, so it says 95% of cases resolved under the access coverage limits, which add an additional 2 to 3 million. So I know you're saying that that's manageable, but still the bottom line is there's going to be additional $2 to $3 million that needs.
That's an additional.
No.
That's already baked in.
Oh,
plus the 2 to 3 million.
Oh, okay. I see.
The 2 to 3 is baked in the budget.
Oh, I thought it was an additional.
For the most
part. My God, this is gonna really be an interesting discussion to have from a budget perspective if that was the case, but thank you for that clarification. Still not much better, but I mean, at least it's not what I thought. Thank you.
I just wanted to know if there's any advocacy that's happening jurisdictionally regarding these insurance rates. I know that it's happening in special districts as we are seeing their cost increases for JPAs going up, but is there advocacy at the city level to look at insurance rate?
The city is well connected with the industry, particularly around coverage for public entities. As you know, school districts have their own challenges. Special districts also have challenges. But as long as the industry is making money, and it is going to be difficult to find alternative kinds of coverage. So it's a huge challenge for which there are no easy answers.
You're still serving with Cal Cities, right? Mentoring your president about leadership. Is that the idea? So with Cal Cities, you have a position with the lawyers group there. What's that position?
We are very active in the city attorney's department of Cal Cities. Yes, I am currently an officer on the executive committee. I think that's a cycle that requires like a 3-year commitment. But we are very connected professionally. And just in that regard, just in the last few months, the Trump administration has presented huge challenges to local government. We are trying to navigate the executive orders, but we're not alone in that regard. But it has added sort of a new level of challenge and obligation to try and interpret those executive orders in a way that it impacts our budget and our operations. An observation regarding the transition from in the DAs. The last couple of years have presented huge challenges, not only to the police department, but also in terms of civil litigation. Hopefully that will sort of transition into less impact in the kinds of cases that we handle. I think Chief Matthews was cautious in his description of the impacts of the previous administration and what might be a more cooperative relationship going forward. I want to express my appreciation for the council's approval in increasing our expenditure administratively for the city manager's office and my office. I think that represents an expression of trust. Thank you.
In your role with Cal Cities, do you often find yourself a recipient of information lawsuits that might be happening in distant cities that may or may not impact us? Yes. Right? And okay, so my hope is that as you're hearing about those things, that you will bring those forward to our attention so that we have many months advance warning.
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. City Attorney, I just wanted to say thank you for all of the work that you and your office has done over the last couple of years. There has been some heavy lifting. I mean, not to go back to that one slide with some of the accomplishments. I think you have settled some big lingering issues that we have been holding and that we have been sort of caught up in. And you've resolved them successfully with positive outcomes, to say the least. Also, I just wanted to acknowledge your leadership throughout the region and now throughout the state. You're very humble, but I believe you're the president of the division or vice president of the city attorney's division. But also, I say this with a great deal of respect. You are one of the most senior city attorneys in Alameda County, if not in the region. And the city of Haywood, our city, is looked at as one of the leading thought partners when it comes to some of the big local municipal issues that we're dealing with in the region. And so I just wanted to say thank you very much for that. Thank you for the presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor and council members. The next item is and the last one, so for the opportunity to close, is the city manager's office. And I asked Assistant City Manager Dustin Clausen to join me in presenting the accomplishments because it really reflects the fact that I want to make sure that we're being inclusive that Dustin, in his interim appointment, these deliveries are really under his leadership. So I would like to extend an opportunity to Dustin.
Thank you. So, I won't go through each of these. I think many of these have been touched upon. But we have certainly, accomplished a lot around the city, over the last, the first part of, fiscal year 2025. The ones that I'll focus on are the, opening of the scattered site, housing project. That's been one that we've been unsuccessful, and now have persevered and is going to lead to forever homes for many region, which is fantastic. Obviously, the labor of love known as the Stack Center, with Mary's leadership, we'll be having ribbon cutting, I believe, next Friday for the groundbreaking. So really excited, or like completion of phase one. Very, very excited for that. We've tripled paratransit riding ridership in the program, which is a huge accomplishment given where we were not too long ago. Really excited to be able to report that. And looking at the other big, I saw on the slide the picture of the Hayward Retail Center, but certainly the work that we've had done by our economic development team, again, small and mighty, has really made a tremendous difference in the business community around, not just in the Hayward Retail Center, not just downtown, but around the city, which is really fantastic. So I won't belabor any of the others, but great work by the city manager's department.
And he's very modest, but he, as you know, he was recognized by Hayward Area Recreation District as the Man of the Year, primarily because of his leadership in troubleshooting and problem solving through capital improvements like La Vista Park and others. So thank you so much, Dustin. And it takes courage to lead an amazing team of an amazing cadre of subject matter experts. The executive team is highly functional, effective, and they tackle very difficult issues together. And to come in as being a colleague and a peer and step up in a leadership position, not easy. As it's not easy also to come in from the outside and drop in and start prescriptively trying to continue to help people in the pathway to success and doing some minor corrections. But you should know that the city of Hayward, in the 60 days that I've been on the job, we're very blessed in so many ways, and much to all the people around in this room. So the leadership positions that we're conducting out of the city manager's office is really in service to the departments, in service to the elected officials, and in service to the community of Hayward, with a community-minded leadership and forward-looking leadership. Just to share with you, when we speak of leadership transitions, it's not just the city manager per se, as the highest position and the chief executive officer. But when I speak of leadership transitions at the highest level that are really impactful to the community, it also includes the police chief and the fire chief. And I would like to acknowledge the fact that I asked for a personal favor, not knowing him, and he agreed because he understood why it matters. But to embarrass him a little bit, Chief Bulmer, in my second week, I said, can you please stay longer? Can you please stay until the end of the year so that we can correctly transition yet one more time the fire department? And he has a family, he has plans to retire. And he said, yes. Let me think about it. And then he came back and said, yes, I'll do it. Okay. And then Chief Brian Matthews wanted me to share with you as the challenges that we're facing when we talk about the need to be responsive, and we're looking in my office primarily how to be truly responsive. It speaks not only to the Access Hayward piece that we already talked about, but it also speaks to the city hall in terms of having public-facing counters after recovering the last phase of the recovery of the pandemic. And then also the fire and police capacity. Those are the key three areas that we're focusing on. And we have some numbers for the fire chief, and the police chief is sharing with us that the average number of police officers per 1,000 residents in the nation is 2.5. There's no national standard because each community is very different, but the average is 2.5 officers for 1,000 residents. Hayward Police Department, putting aside the vacancies and everything else, we're currently on a ratio of 1 officer per every 1,000 residents. So we have a lot of catch up to do. And this is probably perhaps some of the pain points that I have been fine tuning and understanding in my first 60 days here on the job. But just to give you an idea, when I came in, I was already having to manage a very difficult black hole in my email. And I started sorting through the emails, and I was telling Mary and Dustin, why am I getting emails on potholes? Why am I getting emails on business licenses, alcohol beverage licenses? So there was a lot of things that are coming because we have a need to focus on how to streamline all those pieces and provide the right technology and the right resources with the and staffing capacity to be able to be really truly responsive. So we're working on all those pieces. Other key transitional priorities is to transition how we manage the city operations and how we track the city operations into districts. And it's an overlay, it's as simple as that, but it's more nuanced than that. It really speaks to the managing expectations and managing resources so that we can be responsive to specific districts. And it presents an amazing opportunity towards that piece. And certainly, as you have heard, the common theme here and the priority is growing our resources, and that really speaks to growing the local economy. Paul is here. He came out of his vacation. I asked him to please join us because I want him to be in the conversation. Come and sit over here. Because
Be in the conversations.
because growing the economy, it's not all on his shoulders. It's not all on his shoulders, it's in the shoulders of everyone in this room. In terms of streamlining permits, making those discussions or understanding the impacts of our decisions. As we try to bring in businesses and as we try to grow our economy. So Paul has been really by my side for me to understand the opportunities and the economic corridors of the city, because without the resources, we can't continue providing all those critical services that are so important to the community and to our elected council. Also, in growing the economy, I would also like to share with you that while there are projects on the pipeline, it really takes multiple years to get there. And it takes all of us, not just him, and I'll say it again, to be able to attract the businesses. So thank you so much we have council members that actually bring businesses to Hayward. So thank you so much, Councilmember Andrews, for bringing Arthur Max to the city. Then additionally, we're activating, we own that cinema place, and we are activating the corner retail unit, and we are approaching that opportunity with very creatively out of the bureaucratic boxes. So we're hoping that you will see that the team here is really pulling together to be innovative and to be responsive and to add a destination place that could be of added value and a draw to the downtown area. So I'll leave you in suspense, but I'm really excited about the opportunity that multiple departments are working together to bring that forward, hopefully in the next couple of months. Then we're sending out the resident satisfaction survey, which is another opportunity to align what are we hearing from the public and what really matters to them. And that's a scientific survey. So I'm working very closely with Chuck to understand what are the questions that we would like to continue to ask and what are the new questions that will help guide and inform very difficult conversations in very unprecedented times for the city of Hayward. We are focusing on building the infrastructure for internal communications. That's the other key area. As I walked in to say, how do we communicate here? And what are the communication challenges? So it's an additional layer of expectations and work for this entire team. Say, in addition to everything that you're doing, make a little space for the new city manager. Make a little space to have an e-newsletter that goes out to employees. And let's see how we can accelerate some of the pieces that were already in your work plans. How can we prioritize those pieces so that we can focus on focusing on the people behind the city services, so that we can treat people with we can support them in doing the work by channeling communications. And then also the opportunities that the unprecedented circumstances provides is creating a partnership pathway where we really are restructuring how we partner with the business community, how we partner with our NGOs, so that we can have the data that we need, but most importantly, have the expectations so that we can have the outcomes and the impacts that are so critical. If we're extending taxpayers' monies, then we need to track and speak to and report out on the impact that is intended for that investment. So that's what we're focusing on. And mind you, I should have started by saying we are going to meet, and I'm sure that you're going to give me my work plan. But these are the things that are already coming that are very critical, that will be in addition to my work plan or part of my work plan. They have to get done. And then in terms of the pressing issues, resolving fiscal solvency is the number one piece. And while everything else, and as Sharif told me, if everything's a priority, then it's a priority. This is actually straight for all of us. And so we are we continue to create, to have the conversations. And the best thing that I can tell you is, yes, we have a structural deficit, which will require a structural change. And those changes are what may be coming. It's not going to be an easy lift, and it's not going to happen in 1 year. It took many years to get to this point. It's going to take a couple of years for us to be in a recovery mode. But we're in the right pathway. And we certainly want to integrate the priorities of the council with the city operations work plans. That's why it was really important to me, and I want to thank you for allowing to rethink this exercise, because I really wanted you to hear directly from the department heads what's all in the work plans and the responsibilities and the core services, legal requirements, operational requirements that they have to do, in addition to what's also important in terms of what I call the transformative change in our community for the betterment of our community, which we all subscribe to and commit to. And then another challenge is how do we continue the impact of the ARPA funded economic development programs? Amazing work by economic development team, Paul and his staff and others. But that resource, it was a one-time resource that's no longer here. So what can we do in lieu of? So it's not a feast and famine. So what's that middle sweet spot that can be done responsibly while resolving for the fiscal solvency of the city? And then the pathway to integrate the HEART program, it came up in several conversations, and I'm trying to understand, and I have already dove deeply into data with the fire department, community services, and again, it's a pilot, and it's a key priority for my office to understand what did we learn, what do we need to refine, and then what is the financing mechanism to be able to meet the interest and not only what's needed in Hayward, but what is the interest of the council and the priorities of the council. And again, it's not an exercise that's going to be done in the back of a napkin. It's going to be a very thorough, data-driven exercise. And that in itself is a big thing for the office and the team. And then certainly a big focus in pressing issues for the city manager's office. How do we continue to build and enhance a culture of continuous improvement at the final stages of the city's recovery trajectory from the COVID-19 pandemic? So what are the things that we're going to continue doing? And what are the things that we're going to shift in a new time? And certainly at a moment of time, so that we can meet the moment when there's so much for the city of Hayward. Uncertainty, that is out of our control, so it's all hands on deck. And how can we work together in meeting that? And I don't say that lightly, and I already have asked for people's cooperations, because it's all about cooperation, and I'm asking for assistance. And the issue is, how can we work together, recognizing and acknowledging, and it's not an understatement, an overstatement. The people in this room did an amazing response, a Herculean response to the COVID-19 pandemic that I haven't seen in other local municipalities. I every time I will have a conversation, as I'm understanding what's all happening here, I will be really, I was very impressed with what went out to the community, even ahead of the county, even ahead of the state. And so now we need to understand what do we sustain? How do we acknowledge people and not fatigue individuals? And also the next crisis. And there will be another issue. And so how do we maintain and sustain staff morale, but at the same time resolve for the community of Hayward and resolve for the city as the role that we carry here as local government that people depend on and people look upon for leadership and guidance and resources. I'll take any questions. That's the end.
Thank you for your, I'll be very brief. Kudos on the retail center. I would like to look at what parts of the city, maybe in districts, we have a retail center in every district, so we can create those nodes of gathering and retail. So I'd like to see that direction. Also, kudos regarding the events funding. It's nice to be able just to have one-stop shop of where to get information on events. But I also wanted to acknowledge that the city is not responsible for event planning all the time, and just hopefully our business community is hearing that, because I know they're kind of they're removing some events, but we need to look at other partners. If the usual suspects can't do it anymore, we need to figure out how to drive events to come to our downtown, come to Southside, wherever we are in the community where we want to see gathering and want to drive economic development, we might have to start expanding. And then I like hearing that we are going to start looking at escalators for public safety. I think we also need to think about maintenance as well, because the more people that come here, the more maintenance that is required. It also impacts our infrastructure. I know we have impact fees, but we need to start thinking in that lens. And I know that talked about a public art movement, but I would like to see that in fruition, but also a way to kind of balance out the needs of maintenance and public art. We need to use those tools in order to make sure that we're funding issues that we're seeing in that area. And then definitely agree with the partnership pathways. Like to see some of the agencies that we kind of sit on for boards to help be partners to some of the challenges, whether it's continuing to expand the work that Avon Energy does, you can look at AC Transit. Yes, we're funding CICs, but if they're catching their bus, they need to contribute to ridership and their comfort. I am going to continue to say that these bus shelters are actually becoming a nuisance now in our communities, and we need to which I know they might have challenges, but it should not be the burden on the city of Hayward for their infrastructure. So when it's continue that partnership as well. There's a lot of stuff in your area that can go on and on about, but I appreciate all the work that you and your team are doing.
Thank you. I know we're going to be but I wanted to go back to the first 7 year accomplishments and distance leadership. Kevin has been that K1, and there's a lot of work that happened before we got to the campaign and the city attorney's office. in the city clerk's office, and city manager's office. And Chuck did a phenomenal job of educating the city and letting them know that, you know, what we did with the Metro C dollars in order to get us to a place where we could actually vote on it. It was a heavy ask for the community, but I think because of all the work that happened under the city manager's office and all the other offices, I think that was why we were able to move forward with that. So I just want to thank everyone for that accomplishment. And it's so important now, these are local dollars and in a, you know, in an environment where we don't know what's gonna happen from the federal government. I think now more than ever, that was an important message. So thank you everyone for that. Thank you, Chuck. Thank you.
I'll be brief. I admire your vision and I like how you are clearly bringing people together as a team with a vision for excellence. I know it's there and I'm glad to see that that's coming out. So bravo. And you guys really rock. Up in Ollie, everything. You guys really rock. An outstanding job for the city and for the residents. Thank you.
So, thank you very much. And I just wanted to reiterate Councilmember Roach's, Mayor Pro Tem Roach's comments about last year with Dustin. You know, I've said it before and I know we've all said it. But what a way to sort of conclude it by getting, you know, Man of the Year at heart. I think it was you know, a nice exclamation point for a very successful year. So thank you for really sort of navigating us through that year. And so I just wanted to say thank you. Also, we're here at the end, and I think I don't know who's going to take it next, but I wanted to, on behalf of the council, wanted to thank the executive team for being here all day. Wanted to thank Paul, our Chief Economic Development Officer, for being here even on a vacation, and just wanted to reinforce this idea that last year your office did some incredible heavy lifting last year, and I've said this before, but last semester I taught an 8 o'clock class, and I would come out of B Street to go to Pete's at 7:30, at 7:15, 7:30 before I took off to class. And the first person walking across the street was Paul at 7:15, at 7:30 in the morning. And so I think that's when you also coined the term money doesn't sleep. But I wanted to thank you for that. But with no further ado, I know is there some concluding remarks about next steps, and then we can conclude.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just for the next steps, we are going to send out a survey. We're also going to be sending out the draft we heard all the feedback here, and we're going to be adding those items into the respective priorities. And you'll see that you'll respond to a survey, and that's in anticipation for part 2. On part 2, we will also be focusing on our metrics, so that making sure that there's alignment with the objectives, that we're measuring the right item that will speak to impact as is intended by the objectives. And then you'll see the document coming together. We'll have an opportunity to hear individually from each one of you by priority area. What else would you like to see there? What may be missing? What would you like to tweak? And you will see in great detail in advance of that session all the status update on this year's roadmap. And to conclude, I would like to really take the time to thank Mary, assistant to the city manager, because in between my meetings, she was like, Anna, you need to sit down and discuss this. Anna, we need to get this ready. So Mary did an amazing job at 15-minute intervals in putting all of this together, and she worked very hard. And what I appreciate the most about Mary is her relationship with all of the 18 members, because she really was able to be in service to them and support them so that they can be here completely present. And I appreciate you very much.
Breakfast was great, lunch was great,
We'll get you horseradish next time.
and horseradish next week. So with no further ado, Mr. City Attorney, meeting adjourned.